Oh, you hear an echo when I'm speaking. Is that better?
Yeah, now there was noise.
Hey, we do have an echo. I think we will have to mute those Washington Positions account. I'm really sorry, but I can't speak with the huge echo. I think everyone on Zoom is getting the echo. Is it possible to just, oh, maybe that's working. Is that working now? Okay, all right. It looks like we're in business. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ivana Nikolic-Hughes. I am the president of the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation. I also teach at Columbia University, and I'm absolutely delighted to welcome you to this morning's keynote, which will be a little bit unusual because it will be three of us really doing this together. It's truly such an honor and privilege and pleasure to do this keynote alongside Archbishop John Wester from Manatee, New Mexico. Getting an echo again here. I'm just wondering what the Washington Positions account can be muted if you're not speaking right now. Just mute your accounts. Okay, now it seems to be working. So back to the introduction that we're doing this together with Archbishop John Wester and with Jay Coughlin from Nukewatch, New Mexico. The three of us were actually just together in New York City for the third meeting of states parties to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, and we jointly participated in an event we organized at Columbia University. So it's really such a pleasure and honor to be with both of you again. I do want to just say a few words of thanks to Joanne Defoe for her leadership and her role, and for inviting me and including me, and for her role in this movement for decades, to really all of the many organizers who've put this fantastic conference together, and to everyone in attendance for being here, and for really taking your Saturday to think about things that are never really pleasant to think about. I have to share, this just happened this morning. I have three children. The youngest is 14 and in 8th grade, and he's working on a social action project and probably most of you who know me won't be surprised that he chose nuclear weapons as his social action project. So he was working on this morning, and at one point he said to me, "I really hate nuclear weapons." And I said, "Oh, really? And why?" Because they're just so scary. And, it's almost like you sort of need to know those two things. And everything comes after that. So let me just say just a couple of words about how this is going to work. I'm going to speak for just a few minutes to really situate us in terms of the theme of the conference of rebuilding the anti-nuclear weapons movement, and why I believe that we should be doing that around the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. And then I'll invite Jay and the Archbishop to speak on a couple of related topics as well. The three of us will engage in a little bit of discussion, and we'll have towards the end an opportunity to have some questions from the audience, hopefully both from the live audience and the Zoom audience. So I'm going to share my screen, and it looks like I'm able to do that. Oops, sorry. And we're going to go right in here. And so I really, as I said, I really appreciate the opportunity to come together to think about how we can revitalize the anti-nuclear weapons movement. And I want to make the case that the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons is our beacon of hope in these really terrible and dark times. And it's not just when it comes to nuclear weapons. I mean, so many things are not going in the right direction. But I think in addition to providing an actual path forward on the issue of nuclear weapons, the treaty also provides a template for how the international community can come together to solve these existential and important problems, and to really enable humanity to not just continue to exist, but to flourish as well. The nuclear disarmament movement is of course strong and full of passionate people, of organizations who are doing excellent work. But what we have not been admittedly able to do in recent years, really in recent decades, is to awaken the general public to the threat that nuclear weapons continue to pose to our world, and to awaken them in a way that they actually had been awake in other periods of the nuclear age. And so here I do really think that it's useful to look to history for some guidance. So I want to highlight two periods when we had actually intense engagement of the general public, as well as concrete victories. And so on the left, I have an image from, protests that were taking place in the 1960s. You had Women's Strike for Peace, which basically brought women and mothers out onto the streets to protest nuclear weapons in general, but the nuclear testing in specifically. And you also had involvement of kind of key leading figures, Linus Pauling, the Nobel Prize-winning scientist who then went on to win a Nobel Prize for Peace as well, was among them. And what you ended up having was this engagement of the general public that also led to actions on the part of the leaders, John F. Kennedy and Khrushchev coming together and actually bringing about the partial test ban treaty. And I really want to just stress that that treaty, there are people in this room that I believe in this Zoom call, whether you're in the actual physical room or just online, that I really believe would not be alive today had it not been for that treaty. I absolutely believe that. Because if the testing had continued at the levels that it was taking place, it just, some of us would not have been here. In the 1980s, we of course had that same kind of general public engagement, even in some sense, you could say even more so. 1982, the Central Park rally, 1 million people in Central Park, just blocks from where I am now, maybe a mile or so. And you had leaders who came together, Reagan and Gorbachev, and I don't want to say that they accomplished a lot by really beginning to bring down those numbers of nuclear weapons by leaps and bounds. They almost in Reykjavik agreed to eliminate, to abolish all nuclear weapons. They didn't get to that agreement. And I think for me, one of the things that I have been thinking about is how that meeting may have played out differently had there been an international framework for elimination of nuclear weapons. So imagine if in 1986 we had had something like the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. I actually believe that by now we would be living in a world free of them. So let me just say a few things. As bleak as things seem now on so many fronts, we do have something we can rally around, and that is the UN Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. It was negotiated in 2017 with support of 122 countries. It entered into force in 2021 in the midst of the pandemic, and currently, there are 73 what are referred to as states parties, so countries that have either ratified or acceded to the treaty, and another 25 signatories who are working towards ratification in their own national legislatures. And this is really with 98 states. We're actually one state short of more than half of UN members who would be eligible to join the treaty. So we're really getting there, and we need to push this treaty forward. So what does the treaty do? It does things that those people, the Linus Pauling picture said, UN, get rid of nuclear terror. I mean, the very first UN resolution in 1945 was about nuclear weapons. John F. Kennedy in the United Nations in 1961 said we must abolish them before they abolish us. This is stuff that we've known for decades. We've known that these weapons have to go. And now we have an international instrument that can help us to get there. And the treaty basically prohibits everything and anything you can imagine having to do with nuclear weapons possession, development, stockpiling, use, threat of use. There are whole bunch of things listed, transfer, et cetera, et cetera. And so the treaty has had 3 what are called meetings of states parties, and there will be a review conference next year in 2026 in November. That will be the first review conference of the treaty. So what is happening now in these kind of in-between meeting periods is that the diplomats and civil society, everyone's coming together to really scientists. I'm part of the scientific advisory group to the treaty. Everyone is really coming together to achieve these 3 key objectives. One is universalization of the treaty, getting more countries to join it, sign it, but also getting its norms to be widely accepted as part of international law. And then there are also 2, I'm highlighting 2 objectives that are very much related to scientific work, which is something very important to me. And those are humanitarian provisions for victim assistance and environmental remediation. This has to do with both nuclear weapons use, so in Japan with the Hibakusha, as well as the nuclear testing period, which took place over many decades in many parts of the world and has really devastated communities throughout the globe. And then there's another kind of sciencey objective, but actually a very important one for policy and politics. This is something that actually was kind of a key issue that Kennedy and Khrushchev were dealing with the partial test ban treaty. And it's the issue of how do you verify that someone has eliminated their nuclear weapons program? How would you verify that they're not restarting it, and so on and so forth? So figuring out how that would be done is really important. So my view is that we have to push and push until the dam breaks. And I do believe the dam will break. What we're trying to prevent is not just another Hiroshima, it's not just another Nagasaki. With 12,500 nuclear weapons in possession of 9 states, the risks are absolutely enormous. There's like a computer console game called Fallout 4 Nuclear Winter, but it's not a game. And this is real. From the basically think of it as murder of millions of people, from the explosions themselves to radiation killing many more post attacks, to impacts of nuclear winter, temperatures reducing across the globe, and food and agriculture failing, and people beginning to starve, to also destruction of the ozone layer. I mean, this is just what these weapons threaten to do to our planet, to humanity, to all life on the planet, is just absolutely and completely unacceptable. And so, we need to do everything and anything we can. I've just put a few things here, conferences like this one, talks, webinars. I talk a lot. If anyone invites me, whether it's a class of 12 students at a school, or whether it's to speak in front of larger audiences, I accept all invitations. So making videos, podcasts, doing social media, writing op-eds, traveling to DC to speak to our leaders, who are, I'm sad to say, largely both ignorant and dismissive of the issue. But we have to keep talking about it. Local initiatives, things like city appeals, ICANN city appeal, and so on. But also the role of, and looking back at for example, the 1980s. I recently listened to Sting's song, Russians. I hope the Russians love their children too. We need more art, we need music, we need films. We need the general public to wake up. So on that note, I'm going to end my presentation. Let's see, I'm going to stop sharing. And I'm going to invite first Jay to tell us a little bit more about what it is that nuclear weapons threaten to do, and what I believe is really a very key issue that's been kind of turned around, this issue of nuclear deterrence, where the claim is that nuclear weapons keep us safe, and therefore that's why we have them, rather than seeing them for what they are, weapons that threaten all of humanity. So Jay, let me invite you to offer a few words.
Okay, well, it'll be more than a few words.
Okay, yes.
But in any event, I'm Jay Coughlin with Nukewatch, New Mexico. I'm based in Santa Fe, and I can look out my window right now and see the birthplace of nuclear weapons about 20 miles away. And of course, that is Los Alamos. I'm going to attempt to share my screen. And here we go with the usual technical problems, unfortunately.
You're sharing, Jay. You just need to get to your
To the document.
to your document. Yeah.
Great, great. That's good to hear. Let's see, except need to start at the beginning. Okay. All right, sorry for these delays. So Ivana mentioned that Reagan and Gorbachev came quite close to signing a nuclear weapons ban treaty in 1988. And I want to point out that it was basically the lies of Edward Teller associated with the Livermore lab that kept Reagan from signing that deal. And specifically, it was over Star Wars. And I use this in part to point out, if you don't know already, it's kind of, in my view, it's the nuclear weapons labs that are the tail that wag the dog. And basically, because of these labs, you know, first of all, that ban treaty was not signed in 1988. And now we have a $1.7 trillion modernization program. So I want to address another, I'm going to call it a falsehood. I'm not prepared to say that this one is an outright lie. It's more like a half truth. And it's deterrence, which is basically the one word rationale that underpins, again, this $1.7 trillion modernization program and the new nuclear arms race that we're in. So for starters, I'm going to try to be brief and run through these things. Just know that there's a high-level policy document called the Nuclear Posture Review. Every president does it. Trump did one in 2018. I don't know if he's doing another one. That 2022 review, that was Biden's. And again, the underlying rationale for the whole enterprise is so-called deterrence. But if there's any point I really want to drive home right here, right now, the Pentagon has always rejected minimal deterrence. And that employment strategy 2024 that I cite there, that's actually a follow-on to the posture review. But this is how the Pentagon implements it. And as you can see, minimal deterrence is rejected. It's explicitly rejected. And instead, they're relying on counterforce. And I know this gets a little wonky, but you know, counterforce is nuclear weapons jargon for keeping warfighting capabilities. And that's why we end up having just endless modifications and or new designs, all for so-called flexible capabilities and different employment options. And this is the essence of what is driving the $1.7 trillion nuclear weapons modernization program, and hence the new arms race. It is keeping this posture of nuclear warfighting. So again, this is why we have thousands of weapons instead of just a few hundred for so-called deterrence. And be aware that, in brief, what's going on in the United States under this modernization program, it's just a complete makeover. And it's essentially a nuclear weapons forever program. They're taking every warhead in the planned stockpile, they're rebuilding it and giving them new military capabilities at the same time. Plus, now they're coming up with new design weapons that can't be tested, or alternatively could prompt the US to resume testing, after which all hell would break loose. You know, just the other weapons powers would start testing. Something that the public doesn't know is that the US is building now new production facilities that are expected to operate for at least another 50 years. So on to the year 2080 and beyond. And we're going to have new heavy bombers, new intercontinental ballistic missiles, new cruise missiles, new submarines, every one of which is way beyond budget and behind schedule at this point. I do very much like pointing out that slide from Los Alamos Lab. That is a lab slide. So, if you live around the various labs, you'll hear fluff about how they work on global climate change, they work on preventing AIDS, et cetera, et cetera. But just know by their own admission, they don't publicize that. But right there, that is their central mission, are these incredibly destructive weapons that could end civilization overnight. Now, one reason why the deterrence itself is the threat is that there is a long history of accidents and miscalculations. And if you're ever in Albuquerque, go to the Atomic Science Museum, which is basically a nuclear weapons museum, but you'll see two of the bomb cases that dropped on the coast of Spain, and you see the dents in the nose cones. With respect to the one in Goldsboro, one of those H-bombs went through 4 of 5 arming steps on the way down. It was only one final arming step that prevented a megaton bomb from going off. Now, those accidents there, they were back in the late 50s and early 60s. And surely things have improved since then. But on the miscalculation fronts, please be aware that it was only one Soviet sub officer that prevented nuclear Armageddon during the Cuban Missile Crisis. And normally he would not have been in that sub to begin with. He was kind of a political officer. So there was a very close call. In 1983, we had another mid-level Soviet commander who, when he got warnings of incoming American ICBMs, used his own judgment, realizing something was funny. And to make a long story short, his radars were picking up sunlight reflecting off of clouds, and his own personal judgment arguably prevented nuclear Armageddon right there. But the big question I want to pose is what is going to happen when artificial intelligence, and I'm afraid this is going to be inevitable, but it seeps more and more into nuclear weapons command and control. What's going to happen when AI sidelines human judgment? So I do want to just pitch the general idea. It is the deterrence itself that is the threat. And, I'm somewhat of a political animal. And I think in the long run, and believe me, this will be daunting, but somehow in the long run, we need to persuade Congress as a whole that deterrence, as claimed, is only a half truth. It is deterrence plus nuclear warfighting capabilities that really put the entire world under peril. I do want to pitch 3 books towards, and in which I have no financial interest. You ought to read these books, specifically on Command and Control by Eric Schlosser. That kind of covers accidents within the United States. But with respect to deterrence itself being the threat, I strongly recommend The Doomsday Machine by Daniel Ellsberg, who, of course, is famous for being the Pentagon Papers whistleblower. But he was even more concerned about the fate of humanity with respect to nuclear weapons. And then more recently, Nuclear War by Annie Jacobsen. Highly recommend that book as well. Arguably, this arms race, and I'm going to say with the possible exception of the Cuban Missile Crisis and perhaps two other incidents, but this arms race is arguably more dangerous than the first. And that's because we have multiple nuclear actors. We got new hypersonic and cyber weapons, and we got artificial intelligence. And throughout all of this, we have these massive modernization programs by all of the nuclear weapons powers, although the United States is in a league all by itself in terms of money and the extent of it. Um, I consider myself to be a master only of the obvious, but I ask this obvious question: why is nuclear disarmament necessary? And I'm going to have Defense Secretary Robert McNamara, Secretary during the Cuban Missile Crisis, answer that. And to me, it's astonishing to have a Defense Secretary say that we survived nuclear war only by luck. And my little punchline is observing the obvious. Counting on luck is not a good long-term survival strategy. Briefly, and this is to kind of bring it home on the Seattle office, the Kitsap submarine base, otherwise known as Bangor or et cetera, et cetera. Of course, it's classified or not really known if it's a first order target, but it probably is. And has up to 8 strategic subs with immense firepower, just immense firepower. So I think it's pretty safe to assume that Kitsap submarine base, which, as I understand it, is just due west of Seattle. So if it's a target, the effects that it would have on Seattle and the surrounding area are just horrendous. I'll let the facts there speak for themselves. But if you read that book I read recommended by Daniel Ellsberg, The Doomsday Machine, he really lays out the case about how there is no such thing as a limited nuclear war. And once it gets going, it's all out. So do please read that. But that brings me to the effects of what that would mean. And, I assure you all, I'm a happy-go-lucky fella. And here we are discussing this. But, we're talking about 360 million deaths. We're talking 5 billion people. We're talking the supermajority of the human population starving in a nuclear winter. So that's why we're doing this work. And in my view, all right, I'll speak only for myself, but I'm doing this work so the human race can survive in order to achieve, its fullest potential, whatever that is, but it's not nuclear weapons. So finally, I'm going to wrap up what you can do. I had to learn this the hard way, that the small stuff is important. Letters to the editor, op-eds. I got to admire Ivana when she says she'll accept any and all invitations. I'm not that ready to go that far. But it's important. These meetings, these conferences, talk to people. I am pointing out to my Washington State friends, you have some very well-positioned members of Congress. Of course, they're Democratic Party. They're in the minority right now. But I regard both Patty Murray and Adam Smith as very important. Now, I believe Patty Murray is kind of more focused on cleanup of Hanford. One thing you all could do is get her more interested in the new arms race. And she's just in a very important position as ranking member of Senate Energy and Water Appropriations. And similarly, with Representative Adam Smith. And first of all, he's ranking member of the entire House Armed Services Committee and Strategic Forces. And I can't dwell on it now, but he has disappointed me in the past. So I expect you Washington State folks to straighten him out. We got the up and coming 80th anniversaries. I believe that Archbishop Wester is going to, in part, address that. But clearly, they're a big, big deal. This is the time to demand progress towards nuclear disarmament. 80 years old, the weapons should be retired. Ivana's already touched upon the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. I just generically say support it. But for example, go to the United Nations, educate your members of Congress on it. It's important to know, I'm not going to get into details, but the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons in large part arose simply out of the frustration of the non-weapon states over the weapon states' failure to ever begin to honor the Non-Proliferation Treaty's mandate to disarm. I want to make clear that politically I'm bipartisan. I say pox on both parties. So in that sense, I'm bipartisan. But I will observe at the same time that the up and coming November 2026 midterm elections are really going to be crucial. I mean, I kind of consider them to be the most important elections, well, on deck in my lifetime. And it may seem like a ways away, but it's going to be very important. And then my last and final point, we really need to question and puncture the myth of deterrence. Again, I would describe deterrence as only a half truth. It is a hybrid of deterrence and keeping nuclear warfighting capabilities. And again, that's why we have thousands of weapons instead of just a few hundred. That's why we have a $1.7 trillion modernization program. And that's why we have a new arms race. So as you speak to members of Congress, family, and friends, I think it's crucial that we puncture the myth of deterrence, and that we actually need that in order to be able to even politically move forward in trying to achieve a world free of nuclear weapons. So again, let's puncture the myth of deterrence. And thank you all for hearing me out.
Thank you so
And
much, Jay. Thank you so much for those really insightful remarks. I really appreciate the book recommendations you gave. I think all three are excellent books. I just want to highlight something that I've actually often quoted from Daniel Ellsberg's The Doomsday Machine. Maybe if you just stop sharing your screen.
I'm trying,
Yeah,
but
perfect,
you
perfect.
keep speaking,
Yeah,
please.
yeah, that's good. Something that I've shared, a quote I've shared frequently from Daniel Ellsberg's Doomsday Machine. He writes at one point about the nuclear weapons policies, both past and present, and he says that they're dizzyingly insane and immoral. And I think that's another, very clear way to think about what's happening. And just one other thing I want to highlight from Annie Jacobson's book is that she describes minute by minute what would happen in case of a nuclear war. She has a very specific scenario, and it's 72 minutes between the United States, for example, detecting that there is a strike coming towards Washington, D.C., and basically the end of the world as we know it. So I'll stop on that note. And on the note of dizzyingly insane and immoral, I'm going to invite Archbishop John Wester to tell us a little bit about his approach to these issues, the work that he has been doing, and also, of course, the way in which your own community has been impacted by nuclear weapons. So, Archbishop, please, thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Ivana, and thank you, Jay. It's certainly an honor to be with you all today, and I'm very grateful for the invitation. And of course, you're speaking about morality, what Daniel Ellsberg said, dizzyingly immoral, and that's right up my alley. So I'm happy to be able to share with you, and I know your own thoughts on this matter, the morality of nuclear weapons. And of course, you know, there's the fire and brimstone approach, which we certainly is not ineffective. And I'm glad that Jay underscored the harsh reality of nuclear weapons. You too, Ivana, that what they would actually do, I think, is mind-boggling. And I think that hell and fire brimstone approach is a good one, but it's not the only one. And we need a lot of approaches to this very complicated and urgent and important movement, a lot of ways of looking at it. And so that's what I hope to do just very briefly, is just to suggest ways that we might work with one another, your neighbor, your coworker, your fellow student, your classmate. How can we talk to one another? What are the approaches we might use to underscore that we've got to eliminate nuclear weapons from the face of the earth? Pope Francis did that in a very shocking, bold way in November of 2019 when visiting Hiroshima. And the Pope said and declared apodictically, with no equivocation, that the mere possession of nuclear weapons is immoral. That was, in the world of morality, in our tradition, that was cataclysmic. His bold declaration was a seismic shift from our long-held position that nuclear weapons are allowed as deterrents. And I think that Jay has put that argument to bed and to rest very beautifully. Now, some may know that in 1983, the United States Catholic bishops came out with the Peace Pastoral. My dear friend, Archbishop Quinn, was instrumental in that. And in that pastoral, that very significant pastoral, they did allow for deterrence. But they allowed only in the context of nation states, particularly nuclear states, moving toward nuclear abolition. That was the proviso that, yes, okay, you know, we're going to hold our nose and say deterrence is okay for now, as long as we're moving toward getting rid of them. Clearly, that proviso never came to pass. It started to, but then it quickly reversed itself, and we're in the mess we're in today. And so, as Jay mentioned, we're arguably in a second arms race that's certainly more dangerous, probably more likely than the first, with AI, hypersonic delivery systems, multinational players, etc. And so, to my mind, I have to say, if you allow me, I'm rather proud that the Vatican was the first to sign the Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, the first city-state to sign it. And the Pope now has, in my mind, radically changed all Catholic moral thinking vis-a-vis nuclear weapons. Our Catholic social teaching is clear in a variety of ways in that nuclear weapons must go, whether from the point of view of the sanctity of human life, the common good, subsidiarity, which says that issues and problems should be solved at the lowest level possible. Whatever it is, our teaching is clear. But let me be more specific. I'm not just talking Catholic here. I think we need to look at from a broad perspective of morality, a broad perspective of a care for the human race and the environment in which we live, and the earth, our common home. What are the perspectives that we could point to that would help us engage a conversation with people that will ultimately lead to the abolition of nuclear weapons? One thing I think about is, especially if you're talking to someone who is religious, is that we're not God. In case it hasn't dawned on us and humanity, all the things that Ivana and Jay have been saying are having human beings play God. Hunter Thompson once said, human beings are the only creatures on earth that claim a God and the only thing that behaves like it hasn't got one. We're stewards of the gifts God gives us. We're creatures, not gods. In humility, we must avoid anything that can, in a matter of hours, destroy what God has created. The story of Adam and Eve is archetypal here. When human beings try to become as gods, they lose the Garden of Eden, and they must endure the cruel reality of paradise lost. All right, well, maybe the person you're talking to says, well, I don't believe in God. I still think that's a powerful argument whether you do or not. But anyway, all right, talk about right relationships. That just from a human point of view, human beings are made to relate to one another. From a religious point of view, we say that's because God made us in God's image and likeness. And God is communal, ergo we're communal. But okay, even if you're not religious, human beings are communal. From the very moment of our births, we're striving to relate. You know, children in a crib, when they cry, yeah, they might have a dirty diaper, they're hungry, whatever. Moms and dads know when the cry is different from that, when the child feels abandoned, because the child can't conceptualize that mom and dad are in the other room. We're made to relate to one another. And so nuclear arms destroy those relationships completely and absolutely. Nuclear arms exist in silos. Silos aren't good for humanity, both the kind that nuclear arms rest in and silos that we often put ourselves in that divorce us from sound, right relationships. Another, going back to the more religious perspective, is that for us, and not just for Catholics and Christians, but for many major religions, peace is a major theme, a major tenet. In Islam, the Quran promotes peace through its core values, insisting that peace is one of the names of God. Judaism preaches peace, love your neighbor as yourself. Hinduism, the Vedas advise people to be peaceful in their daily lives and explain how to achieve a peaceful life. In Buddhism, the non-injury of other living things is critical. Its teachings emphasize that violence harms the spiritual state of the perpetrator as well as the victim. And so I would contend that any religion worth its salt, if you will, is going to insist that peace, harmony is essential to the moral life. Now, sometimes the person you're talking to, maybe you're during a lunch break and you're standing at the water cooler and you say to your coworker, I know, let's talk about nuclear weapons. And they're going to say, what are you? Well, they'll say, yeah, well, don't give me that stuff. You know, the just war theory has been around for generations. St. Augustine, all the way back to the 300s, and St. Thomas Aquinas refining it, always talk about the just war. Well, you can tell your friend at the water cooler that, and maybe I do intend this pun, that nuclear weapons blows the just war theory out of the water. For one thing, critical to the just war theory is probability of success. As Jay pointed out, and so did Ivana, the Reagan and Gorbachev talk, nuclear war can never be won, and a nuclear war must never be fought. The probability of success is non-existent. In an all-out nuclear war, everyone's a loser. There's no success. That word doesn't exist. Proportionality. There is no proportionality in Armageddon. Everything is destroyed. All of human civilization. The effects are long-lasting. A nuclear winter will go on for at least a decade, if not more. Civilian casualties. The just war theory has always said that there cannot be or must, by all means possible, limit civilian casualties. In Hiroshima and Nagasaki, civilian casualties that were the target. Those cities were bombed, they're destroyed. So I think it's quite clear that the just war theory, I think moral theologians can debate it, forever, but with nuclear weapons, I think the debate has come to a close. It's just not possible. I think also we have to look at the fact that nuclear weapons take money from the poor and the disenfranchised and those on the periphery and those without advocacy. I could spend hours beginning to talk about, and Yvonne and Jay could do a much better job. But let me just say, in the interest of time, and Jay's already touched on it, that nuclear weapons are extraordinarily expensive, very expensive, and use money that could be used for child welfare, education. Here in New Mexico, 1 out of 5 children goes to bed hungry every night. We're one of the poorest states in the union. And it's just a tragedy. The money that's spent on nuclear weapons. People tell me, yeah, but Los Alamos, Sandia, all that federal money coming in. Los Alamos has a budget higher than the entire state of New Mexico for this fiscal year coming up. But that money doesn't trickle down. Trickling doesn't work in that, and we do not benefit from that money at all. There's another more subtle argument that I think is worthy of talking about. And that's the dominant culture and colonialism. Looking at it touches on the doctrine of discovery, colonialism. Countries with nuclear arsenals tend to be mostly wealthy, well-developed countries. North Korea would be an exception, but the reality is that we dominate the world scene, the geopolitical world. We threaten the non-nuclear states, especially the poor states and the underdeveloped states. So they are captives, if you will, to our hegemony, to our desire to rule the world, to be the superpower of the world. And so that's not right. That's immoral to hold people captive like that. This is a more subtle argument, but I think it's a very powerful one. We know what happens to people because of colonialism and because of the doctrine of discovery. And here in New Mexico, we deal with that a lot here. And so I think that on a larger scale, nuclear weapons fall into that immoral reality. There's also the reality of radiation poisoning. And I would point to Tina Cordova and her work with the Tularosa Basin downwinders. We don't have time to go into it now, but you know how many people have already been hurt. Obviously, the ones in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but also here in the United States and other countries because of the uranium mines, because of the development of the bombs. Tina Cordova is a real hero in my mind. She has cancer and has had it, and she and her family, it's gone down through 5 generations. Clearly, nuclear weapons are something that are extraordinarily dangerous. We mustn't think of them just as being innate or somehow impotent. They're already hurting us and continue to hurt us because of their potency. So what can be done? Well, just to share with you very quickly, what we've done here in the Archdiocese of Santa Fe. As you may know, we published a letter in January of 2022, Living in the Light of Christ's Peace, a Conversation Toward Nuclear Disarmament. Pax Christi, I'm going to shout out to Pax Christi, been very helpful to us in promoting that letter. I think it's a helpful letter for people, maybe for a discussion group, and if you wanted to start a group and talk about it, students perhaps at Columbia University there could, it's something that people could use. It's very practical. It's not that long, about 52 pages. It has pictures. And so I think it's very practical. But the whole idea is to engage the conversation. Don't be afraid to talk about it. I know that I always feel like a skunk at a lawn party, can I talk to you a little bit about how we're all going to die with nuclear weapons? And they go, oh yeah, I can't wait to talk about that. Well, sometimes we have to talk about difficult things. And we have to be able to face them so that we can avoid a harsher reality in the future. It's been mentioned, Ivana mentioned so beautifully the Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. I've been privileged to speak through the auspices of ICANN at that twice now to speak in favor of the Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. I think we should all promote that. That's practical, it's doable, it's real, and I think that's something we can all get behind. We're going to have a Trinity Test commemoration here in the Archdiocese. I don't think it's possible to overstate the importance of this 80th anniversary. People gravitate toward whole numbers and to anniversaries and commemorations. So I think this is an ideal moment not to let that pass. Please look at what you can do to participate, even if you go online and support different groups that are going to be going to Japan, having commemorations. It's a good way to heighten an awareness of what's going on. We're going to have, hopefully, this is still in the planning stages, so I can't say too much, but we hope to be able to go to the Trinity Test Site itself on July 16th and have an ecumenical interfaith prayer service. It will not be a protest or anything like that. It's going to be a prayer service to pray on the 80th anniversary of that, I would say, awful day when the first nuclear bomb was detonated and ushered us into the nuclear age. In August, we're going to be going, Archbishop Etchen and I will go to Japan, to Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and to commemorate, along with Cardinal McElroy and Cardinal Cupich of Chicago, Cardinal McElroy of Washington, D.C., to again commemorate and mark this very difficult commemoration of the 80th anniversary of that terrible time in August of 1945. I'd like to also say that I'm very encouraged and very optimistic and grateful for this partnership that we formed. This Archdiocese of Santa Fe, the Archdiocese of Seattle, the Archdiocese of Nagasaki, and the Diocese of Hiroshima have formed what we call the Partnership for a World Without Nuclear Weapons, the PWNW, we're calling it, the Partnership for a World Without Nuclear Weapons. All groups are invited, not Catholic and non-Catholic, to join either as participating or endorsing members. And even participating is not a huge, takes one meeting a year, but the point is to get as many people involved in our partnership, supporting our partnership for a world without nuclear weapons. I know, especially I'd like to have a shout out to our young people. We need to get more young people, it seems to me, and so we're going to be trying to engage the University of New Mexico in these commemorations this summer and try to get other universities. I know that Hiro, one of our involved in the partnership, is working on other universities to get involved. I know Ivana Yukta said, I was just so impressed to go to Columbia University last March and see those students. They give me hope and joy and life to see those young students so engaged in this and so involved. And I just, you're a saint, Ivana, for doing that. I just quote, I left this quote. I got it from Jay and the Nuke Watch New Mexico on their website. But I just think especially from my Catholic background, General Omar Bradley, another, I think, a strong voice in this, or maybe one you wouldn't expect. But he said, ours is a world of nuclear giants and ethical infants. We know more about war than we know about peace, more about killing than we know about living. We've grasped the mystery of the atom and rejected the Sermon on the Mount. Thank you for your attention, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Archbishop Wester, for those absolutely inspiring and wonderful remarks. You pulled on so many threads. You brought everything together through the lens of morality. You brought in young people. You talked about the very important Catholic perspective, which actually did play a role in those previous times of good, great public engagement on these issues. Pope John Paul the 23rd played a key role in actually bringing Khrushchev and Kennedy together to move towards the partial test ban treaty. I mean, these were absolutely seminal contributions. So thank you for bringing all that to us, as well as the fact that it doesn't have to be just the Catholic faith. This should really be an interfaith effort. And by interfaith, I'll include, the atheists too. Everyone should have a place at this table and should play a role in bringing about not just a world in which we actually continue to exist, but also a better world in which we spend all those resources on making the planet safer and better for everyone. So thank you so very much. It's really been such an honor and a privilege. I regret that we don't have time for questions or further discussion. But I'm going to hand it off to the hosts. Thank you, everyone, so very much.
John Wester piece that he was referencing, Ned. Okay, this is the John Wester piece that he was referencing, okay? And I guess meeting them in New York led to this. I hope you enjoyed it.
Good morning, Peace family. Good morning. Hey, my name's Clark Gilman. I am an Olympia City Council member and a carpenter and a community organizer. The city of Olympia has been lucky to have a long line of peace and justice activists, and there are quite a few Thurston County folks here in the room with me today. About every 5 years, the Olympia City Council has passed an anti-nuclear resolution of one sort of another. This modest action has helped to create local conversation. It gets us in the news. It uses the weight of the city to let our federal delegation know that Olympia desires a world without nuclear weapons. So for the next hour, we're going to talk about abolition. We're going to discuss strategies that these organizers and activists are using to move us towards a world without nuclear weapons. Yesterday, we heard loud and clear that nuclear war is possible. It's still possible, right? And I'm grateful to the presenters who told us in broad policy strokes and in specific, astounding research detail that the sort of current state of nuclear weapons and the current state of both force and diplomacy that has up to this point held off a second nuclear war. You've changed my understanding, and I'm grateful for that. I was struck by how far out of proportion the United States size and expense of our nuclear arsenal and our conventional military is to the rest of the world, about how the US uses our nuclear threat as a bully's cudgel to steal resources and exploit people across the planet. And something that was especially striking to me is repeated stories about how the US has walked away from the negotiating table, about how US has turned down offers to negotiate disarmament with other nuclear states, and that instead the message we receive broadly as the American people is that we keep hearing the story of the other nuclear states are aggressors and are a threat to our way of life. So we're pivoting now in the conference to how do we continue to move forward to abolish nuclear weapons? And I heard that one important element of that plan is to organize people around the Golden Rule and on the Golden Rule, right? To recognize that we need to create broad public opinion that the United States should be a decent and respectful world citizen before we can talk about the technicalities of disarming weapons and storing waste. So let's talk about those strategies to secure a peaceful diplomatic alternative to President Stranger Danger's fear-mongering. There are millions of people on the street today, and I believe that along with all the other issues and signs they're carrying, they're ready to hear and to believe that peace is possible. So we oh, I forgot to tell you the reason I'm here. Oh, so we just heard in the last presentation about the treaties and that the treaty to prohibit nuclear weapons being the current effort. And I wanted to just read you the last therefore of a resolution that Olympia City Council has passed to that effect. The City of Olympia supports the goals of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons and encourages the President of the United States to take action needed for the United States to join and ratify the treaty and to pursue policies in compliance with the treaty's provisions. Yeah. So we are very lucky to have this panel come together to help us begin to pivot the conference to strategies and actions planned to move forward. Helen Jochard helps manage the Veterans for Peace sailing ship Golden Rule. She's spent the last decade speaking to groups large and small in urban and rural places facilitating conversations about the need to abolish nuclear weapons. Professor Hirokazu Miyazaki of Northwestern University focuses on citizen diplomacy for peace and a world without nuclear weapons. And how lucky are we to have an expert on hope? Yes, yes, yeah, indeed. Dr. Ira Helflin is first and foremost an advocate for the elimination of nuclear weapons. And Ira is a founding member of Back from the Brink, of International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War, and a leader in the international campaign to abolish nuclear weapons. Lily Adams of the Union of Concerned Scientists works with nuclear impacted communities to push for justice. She co-founded Nuclear Voices, and as we heard yesterday, she would appreciate all of our help to fight for the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. And let her know if you happen to be accidentally included in a Signal chat with Speaker Mike Johnson, because she's got some things to say. All right. Yes, yes. And I just met last night Carly Brooke of Resist US-Led War, but I hear from other folks here that Carly is loud and clear about our power as the people, and that you'll help us to amplify that. So, yes. So we're gonna start out the panel with each of our panelists taking 2 to 3 minutes to introduce themselves and their work in this lens of strategies to move forward. Helen, would you be willing to launch us off here?
Hi, I'm Helen Jacquard. It's been my pleasure to represent Veterans for Peace and the Golden Rule anti-nuclear sailboat, which in 1958 attempted to stop nuclear weapons testing by trying to sail to the Marshall Islands and just get in the way of nuclear weapons testing. I have been sailing on the Golden Rule and been the primary public speaker for the project since the relaunch in 2015. We're having a 10th anniversary celebration this year. And I think what I find most important about our mission is that we are an educational mission, and I think that fits in very well with the strategy, the overarching strategy of what needs to happen today. This is how we're going to do our movement building, and this is what the general public needs to hear. So after speaking with tens of thousands of people over the last 10 years, I think that the tactic of using the Golden Rule as a vehicle for spreading the word about the need to eliminate nuclear weapons has been very successful. We need everyone's tactics, everyone's ideas, including our artists and musicians, for making sure that we build this movement enough to push our policymakers into action.
Thank you. Thank you, Clark, for that kind introduction of my work. I'm Hiro Miyazaki. I'm a professor of anthropology at Northwestern University in Evanston, Illinois. And I'm leading at the moment Carnegie Corporation of New York funded project on the role of cities, city leaders and citizens and the politics of nuclear weapons. And this is essentially a study of all of you. And I have spoken with some of you in this room, and I've spoken over the last year and a half. I've been visiting many cities across the country, including the city of Olympia and several cities in Washington, where Back from the Brink or ICAN cities appeal resolutions have been adopted or being adopted. And I've interviewed over 300 individuals, mayors, city council members, and activists. And I've learned a lot from all of those committed individuals. And so in terms of a tactic or strategy, I'd like to reiterate importance of the framework of hope. So for too long, in my view, anti-nuclear activism, as well as kind of efforts to maintain nuclear arsenal, we have too heavily relied on the language of fear. And fear is real. There's no doubt about it. Fear of devastation, fear of nuclear winter, fear of annihilation. Those are real fear. But I think those fears can give us only narrow vision of what lies ahead. And also, these fears may overwhelm people, especially young people. I teach at a college with lots of undergraduates, and I find them really living with all kinds of fears, other kinds of fears, overwhelming fears all of us, I think, right now are living with, and particularly people of color and immigrants, etc. So, but those fears are also really, truly kind of real. And I'm not underplaying the real danger of nuclear warfare. Danger is real. But what I like to suggest is anchoring. We should anchor our action work not solely in fear, but also in care, responsibility, repair, restoration of trust, and hope. I'm not really talking about here blind optimism. Hope really contains fear of failure, as Lily actually talked about, fear of disappointment and failure in building relationships. Those are real, and relationships are really difficult. Relationship building is really difficult, as we all know, as a family member and a member of society and member of community. But hope built on relationship building should be the framework of anti-nuclear activism, because after all, nuclear weapons stand for this culture of distrust. And that culture needs to be replaced with culture of peace and relationship building. Thank you.
I'm Ira Helfand. I'm here today wearing my Back from the Brink t-shirt. I work with a number of organizations, but I'm really focused on Back from the Brink because I believe that this is the most important vehicle we have had in the United States to actually secure progress towards the elimination of nuclear weapons since the Freeze campaign of the 1980s. And I think it's critical that we have an organized campaign that we can all relate to. This is a campaign that is made up of over 490 organizations around the country, all working towards the common purpose of eliminating nuclear weapons. The campaign was started in 2017 in the wake of the adoption of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons at the UN that year. We were motivated by a desire to celebrate this important milestone, to capitalize on the energy that it released, but also by an understanding that we needed to adapt our strategy to the peculiarities of the American political situation. Specifically, there was no way in the world the United States was going to sign or ratify this treaty unilaterally, period, full stop. And so we chose to have a campaign that embraced the treaty, that supported it, but that called on the United States not to sign and ratify something which we knew it would not do, but rather to take the steps that it would need to take in order to be able to sign and ratify the treaty. That is to say, to engage the other countries which have nuclear weapons in the further needed negotiations to work out the details that are not in the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons about verification, enforcement, and to establish a specific timetable. We also were very cognizant of the fact that the American people at that point and still today are not enough afraid of nuclear weapons. They're not thinking about them. I totally agree with Hiro that we need to proceed with hope. We need to offer people a path forward. But people aren't going to walk down a path if they don't realize that there's a reason why they need to. And the fact is that, as we all know, the vast majority of people in this country today are totally oblivious to the danger of nuclear war. And so it's very important that we teach them about that. And that does necessitate creating fear. And that's okay, because fear is not a bad emotion. We don't put our hands into fires because we're afraid to burn ourselves. We don't jump off tall buildings because we're afraid of what's going to happen. Fear is what protects us. It's not enough alone enough. We need to understand what we can do to avoid that which we fear. And that, again, is exactly what we're trying to do with Back from the Brink. We've created a vehicle which we believe people can join, that makes sense to them, that provides opportunities for them to see real progress towards the goal of eliminating nuclear weapons. And what we found in the 1980s was the antidote to fear is action. It's not just talking about hope. It's actually seeing progress towards the elimination of these weapons. And the studies then were, I think, quite convincing. The people who were involved in activity about nuclear war, who were very frightened about the danger of nuclear war, but were active to prevent it, were the ones who were dealing best with that situation. And interestingly, their children were as well. The children of people who were actively opposing the nuclear policies of the Reagan administration, even though they were hearing much more about this, had perhaps more reason to be fearful, they were doing better because they saw their adults, their parents' friends taking action. So again, what we are trying to do with Back from the Brink, it's largely at this point an educational effort to alert people to the reality that they need to be afraid of nuclear weapons, that this is a real danger, and to provide them with hope by giving them a path forward to deal with this problem.
Can people hear me? Yes. Okay, great. I just, before introducing myself, I love the setup of this panel and hearing both of you talk one after the other, because I think it really speaks to why events like this are so important, bringing diversity of thought and strategies and opinion, and why this panel is, really helpful as we think about how to move forward and the whole range of strategies and approaches that are all necessary to this issue. But I work with the Union of Concerned Scientists, and the focus of my work is with communities who have been exposed to radiation from U.S. nuclear weapons activities, so uranium mining and above ground nuclear weapons testing, the production of nuclear weapons, storage, often illegal storage of waste, dumping of waste would be a better way to say it. And so it's actually interesting because my work really just focuses on addressing those injustices, which are often, environmental contamination, the need for remediation, the need for recognition and compensation, sometimes just the need for truth about what has happened in their own communities. I think that was something Jim Thomas talked about yesterday with Hanford, of just sometimes the justice is in the form of understanding what's going on in your own community. But what I work on in terms of the logistics of policy is around then, federal compensation programs or local cleanup efforts. So I actually haven't worked directly on nuclear abolition for quite a few years. And I was realizing that, in preparing for this panel, but I sort of have this very long-term view of the work on nuclear abolition, where I really strongly believe that when we talk about these environmental and health impacts of nuclear weapons, we start to see them as intolerable because they are harming us and are harming the people we love. And I think that that mental shift from, weapons that keep us safe to weapons that are killing us is really powerful, and also allows us to look at nuclear weapons as a more sort of human issue that is affecting our daily lives. And I really believe that in the long term, as we talk more about these really proximate effects of nuclear weapons, that it will move people sort of along that spectrum, I guess, of thinking that nuclear weapons are important to thinking that we must not have nuclear weapons. And when you know someone who has cancer because they were exposed to radiation, you are much more likely to say, I don't want to keep dumping trillions of dollars into these weapons that have made people I love sick. I actually just want to note, Hiro, in your panel yesterday, you said something that I thought was really fascinating, which is that I think we recognize that the abolition of nuclear weapons is going to take decades. We may not see this in our lifetime. It is a very long project. And in that sense, it sort of gives us time to take that long view and to build those kinds of relationships that allow us to more slowly change people's hearts and minds, which is really, you know, what I see as the kind of work I do towards abolition, even though I haven't raised the idea of nuclear abolition with a community member or a member of Congress in years. So, but that's still my long-term goal. So yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Hi, everybody. My name is Carly Brook. I'm with the Resist US-Led War movement. It's really nice to see a lot of you again. I think I was the nuclear weapons abolition organizer for the coalition after Lily, and then before Tara and before Sean. So somewhere in that chronology, we did a conference like this a few years ago at Town Hall in Seattle. It was just one evening, couple hundred people, and you know, putting that education out there is always a big feat. You never know how many people are going to show up when you call for a conference on nuclear weapons. And I think what's important is that we have to keep calling for these conversations. Maybe raise your hands if you've been in the movement for more than 1 year. Maybe keep your hand up if you've been in the movement for more than 5 years, more than 10 years, more than 20, more than 30, more than 40, more than 50, more than 60. Yeah. Oh. Thank you. Thank you sincerely to everyone who's taken action in this fight. Because what we know is that to end a monster like nuclear weapons, to end a monster like US imperialism, like the US war machine, it takes millions and billions of people in a united struggle. You know, people around the world who are at the brunt end of US militarism, US-led war, whether that is you're confronting a firing range in Wuhan, whether that is you're in Ghana and you're about to confront the US and NATO-led and AFRICOM-led exercises, African Lion, starting in a couple of days with 10,000 troops in your country. Whether you're in occupied Hawaii and you're fighting against the rim of the Pacific, largest naval exercises in the world, and you have bombs blowing up your whales and your reefs and your land, whether you're fighting an occupied base on Jeju Island or in Korea or all over the world. What Resist US-Led War movement is trying to do is build a united struggle and anti-militarism movement that coordinates us globally on all fronts of US-led war against a common target, which a lot of the time in this conference, we've been talking about how do we compel the United States to take a higher road, to take a better position. And I think that's an important conversation from a diplomacy side, from the United Nations perspective, if you're lobbying Congress, and those are valiant efforts, but we also think that it has to be a groundswell mass movement. And that's really the main thing that drives change toward peace. So for Resist, we have 2 points of unity that we bring. One is to resist US-led war. And that's all forms of war. That's sanctions, that's military exercises, that's weapons production, weapons testing. That is the military alliances that are strangling the entire globe. And that's the war makers themselves, right? Like Adam Smith, like Patty Murray, like Donald Trump, like Joe Biden. These war makers themselves are part of that war machine that we're fighting against. On the other side, we stand to build just peace. And so for us, just peace means we have to fiercely defend the right to self-determination, because you can't have peace if you have nothing to eat. You can't have peace if you don't have livelihood and an income and a future for your children and your family and your land. So just peace for us is a way that we can talk about peace through justice and equity and self-determination. And that means we stand for the right of people to determine their futures and sovereignty through many forms of struggle. So for us, we stand, firmly behind the Palestinian struggle right now, which, if you're of my generation, there's no way you can think about nuclear weapons in war without calling for a free Palestine. So for us, Resist US-led war movement is really honored to be part of this conversation. I think it's clear we have so many targets to fight against right here in Washington, whether it's a nuclear base, whether it's Hanford, where the plutonium came from, whether it's alongside the communities that are still fighting desperately to clean up their land. And we just heard those stories. We just heard from those leaders. There's a lot we have to do. So whether you're feeling afraid or hopeful or angry or excited, as long as you're feeling something and want to do something, that's the basis to work together. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all. And Carly teed up what I'm hoping would be the first question. I've got two questions this afternoon or this morning. The first one, we're all here because we believe abolition is possible, right? That's why we're here. But yesterday was kind of heavy. I sat with a few people who were, really processing and feeling all of the information that we received. So I wanted to ask these people, because every day they get up and they continue the work, week after week, month after month, year after year. So what strategic possibilities for change inspire you to get up every morning and continue this work towards the abolition of nuclear weapons? Where are the glimmers? Please, Helen.
I don't have a choice. I get up in the morning with hope because the alternative would be devastating. However, I think that what gives me hope is through taking action. And so this last 10 years of taking action with the Golden Rule, whether it's a sale for protesting against the nuclear weapons at the Bangor Trident submarine base, getting together with a community where the mayor or the city council person comes and welcomes the Golden Rule and presents us with a proclamation of welcome, as well as a statement about eliminating nuclear weapons, whether it's just giving an educational presentation showing the Golden Rule in a film that's about the Golden Rule. And also, I think it's really important to celebrate our successes, to celebrate the decrease in the number of nuclear weapons that exist on this planet, to celebrate that we've managed to live this long through the falsity of deterrence, and the hope that through education and all the actions that bring us education, not just to ourselves, but to the broader community, that we can eliminate nuclear weapons.
Thank you. So I've already spoken of hope, but I actually see hope here on this panel and in this room, and all the cities I visited over the last year and a half. And I'd like to share a story about one person I met. So I met, in Portland, Oregon, I met Kelly Campbell. Many of you know her. She was executive director of Oregon PSR for some time. And as many of you know, she helped pass multiple actually not back from the brink, but nuclear disarmament resolutions in multiple. Yeah, but there are, right? Yeah, back from the brink resolutions in multiple Oregon cities and also the Oregon State Legislature. And she did more than just passing resolutions. And I was really impressed with the way she walked. She talked to tribal members, descendants of atomic bomb survivors, and city leaders. And her really focus was to centering the voices of those most affected by nuclear weapons development. And she made sure that resolution text really reflected those local experiences, histories, and memories. And at public hearings, she made sure that those most affected speak first. And I see in her action decisions to prioritize those voices and prioritize relationship building and efforts to pass resolutions. Really hope, what I call hope. Hope anchored in action, determination to relationship building. And I see many examples of this kind of determination. And it is in these efforts to build relationships. I really see a glimmer of hope for the elimination of nuclear weapons. As I said earlier, we need to replace a culture of distrust that has led to this many nuclear warheads in the world with a culture of peace, just peace, as mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
I wake up in the morning and carry on with this work because I think we're going to succeed.
Mm-hmm.
I can't guarantee it. I'm actually going to seize the hope high ground here, Hiro. I don't think this is going to take decades. I don't think we have decades. I think we're going to get rid of nuclear weapons in the next decade. I think we certainly can do that. We've shown in the 80s that we can mobilize to that degree and bring about fundamental change in nuclear policy. I'm also motivated by the belief, which I think is justified by the data, that if we don't do this, if we don't build this movement, terrible things are going to happen. And so it's this juxtaposition of the fear of what is going to happen if we're not successful and the knowledge that we can be successful if we do the work. And I'm particularly motivated by the successes that we've had. You know, the Back from the Brink campaign is not as large as the Freeze was at its height in the 80s, but it's grown dramatically over the last few years in particular. And I'm particularly encouraged by the growth that we've seen recently among young people who are frightened about many things, but they're not frightened by and large about nuclear war because they don't know about it, which is not their fault. It's our fault because we haven't been teaching them about it. But what we've found is that when we do teach young people about nuclear war, yeah, they're frightened, but they want to do something about it. I've had the opportunity over the last few months to speak at a number of universities, and the response has been almost uniform. I had a chance to speak at, well, this was a couple of years ago at Boston Latin High School in Massachusetts, and there were 300 people in the audience. I gave a talk very similar to the one I gave yesterday. I wasn't pulling any punches with them. During the course of that talk, 280 of them signed a petition to the Boston City Council asking Boston City to pass the Back from the Brink resolution, which it did in response to that student petition. I was at Morehouse College a few weeks ago, an historically Black school in Atlanta. Spoke to an audience of about 60 people there. 50 of them signed up to join Students for Nuclear Disarmament. Again, I didn't pull any punches. I gave a talk very similar to the one I gave yesterday. They were hurted, they were frightened, but they wanted to take action. And same at the University of Indiana later that week, and at many other schools, at Vassar earlier in the winter. So we've seen the progress we can make when we do this work, when we alert people to the danger and give them a road forward, give them something concrete that they can do to work on this problem. They want to tackle this problem. And that's how we built the Freeze movement in the 80s, and I think it's how we can build a movement today. There are some differences. There are some other problems that people face today that we didn't know about. We faced them, we didn't know about them in the 80s, notably the climate crisis. But the 80s weren't an easy time either. We were dealing with the worst recession at that point since the Great Depression, with terrible proxy wars in Afghanistan and Central America. And it was not a happy time. The unemployment rate was very high. There was tremendous economic insecurity facing young people. It was a lot like today. But we were able to build a movement by telling people the truth, by getting them to understand the danger they faced and the fact that they could overcome that danger if they took action.
I think I was thinking about two things that motivate me at various points. And I think, you know, it's important to remember that everyone is motivated by different things and different things resonate with you. And I think sometimes, certainly actually, when I started in this field, fear was a motivator, but I think these days what motivates me more often is anger. I get so mad about the situation that we are in and what people face, and especially working with these communities. There's a woman I work with, Maggie Billman. We connected about a year and a half ago, and she called me out of the blue. She got my number from someone in the coalition I work in. She's from the Sawmill chapter of the Navajo Nation, and comes from a very rural area that was right in the path of fallout from tests at the Nevada test site. And her entire family is sick. Just so many cancers across her, you know, she's had a large family. And she called me, and she had just been diagnosed with thyroid nodules. And she was having issues with her pancreas, and she wasn't sure if she could apply for RECA. And she was also wanting to know what she could do and how she could help her family. Her father was a Navajo code talker in World War II, and he had died of stomach cancer. And she told me as he was dying, he asked her, like, how can you help me? I don't know how to get treatment. I don't know how to get better. And she wasn't sure what to do. And after he passed away, she felt like she wanted to do more for the others in her family to try and help them. And she lives with this feeling like she had failed her father, but it was not her that failed her father. It was the government who failed them, and her whole family. And that continues to be the case, because I've been fighting with her now for all this, you know, past year and a half to expand RECA and improve benefits so that people like her and her family members can get help. She's built an entire local chapter in the Navajo Nation. She's traveled to DC even as she's been sick and in pain, but it has been so important for her to go and share her story with members of Congress. She knows her congressman now, Congressman Crane in Arizona. He has, you know, attended events for her father, for Navajo Code Talkers. It's incredible what she's been able to achieve and how much she's done. And still the government says, no, we don't have enough money to help you pay for cancer. And it is infuriating. And she called me before I left, and she now has kidney issues as well. And I think sometimes I just wake up and like, that is what it is so infuriating that this is what these nuclear weapons have done, and that the government refuses to address those impacts. And we'll look at people in the face who are dying and say, we don't have enough money to take care of you, but we can have this huge war machine across the entire world that we are willing to spend trillions and trillions of dollars into. But I think the other thing sort of at like the heart of that anger, because the anger is like not generally, I don't know, getting into therapy world, it's not like a root emotion. And like the sadness and love is more, what is that, like the heart of that? I think about like times that I've seen these communities come together as well. When there was actually an incredible moment that I was able to be a part of when Marshallese communities in Arkansas held an event on the anniversary of the Castle Bravo test, the largest US nuclear weapons test. And they invited the veterans who had been sent to the Marshall Islands to try to clean up the waste from that test. So they are connected by this history, and they are both sharing these same cancers and these same illnesses from the same US nuclear weapons activities. And the veterans had felt like they had failed the Marshallese people because they weren't able to clean up this waste. And the Marshallese had felt abandoned by the US government and the US military. But they met and went to church together and cried together and hugged each other, and have been, I think, lifelong partners now in this fight for justice. And that sort of love and relationship building. Also, every time I'm able to be a part of something like that, that is what motivates me. That is more so, I think, you know, the anger has these like big flare up moments, but then it's like the deep love when you see in this relationship building, that is really, at the end of the day, getting me out of bed and continuing to do this work.
Yeah, so the question is on hope and what keeps us going. You know, why do we think we can abolish nuclear weapons? I guess one thing to say from our perspective is that it's clear that the United States political project is in a crisis, is in a prolonged state of crisis, right? So in the 80s, there was a mass response to a form of crisis, right? An economic crisis, a political crisis, a social crisis. And that's the thing about large-scale imperialist oppression is it causes crisis. It has an economic basis. If we look at it, our analysis has to be rooted in that understanding. The first question, why does the United States need nuclear weapons? Well, the United States only needs nuclear weapons if it wants to maintain its interests to control the entire world. If it wants to be the sole hegemon in what's now becoming a more and more multipolar world. So for me, there's a glimmer of hope in that crisis, because there's contradictions in that crisis that are tearing the United States apart. And that's scary. That's scary if this is, you know, where we live, but for the majority of the people of the world who are oppressed by the United States and have been since it became the world power after World War II, that's actually very hopeful. Because once an imperialist power starts to fall apart in a prolonged crisis, that means there's many opportunities to make major social change. And the only way we abolish nuclear weapons is through major social change, through a major shift in our whole structure, in our whole, you know, world system. So I think, you know, we've been through those big shifts historically over many generations, right? The United States didn't used to exist here. This is all stolen lands. This is all a colonial project that we're in this church. It's been pointed out. We're on stolen Duwamish and Coast Salish land here, unceded territory. So I think just to zoom out, to me, that's very hopeful because as people who want to fight against US-led war, there's concrete parts of that crisis that we should analyze and link our strategies to. So one is that in order for the US to hold up its position, it has to run into other imperialists. So now it has to, it's going to face these contradictions with other imperialist countries, like Russia or China. And in this case, that's driving this arms race. So that's the danger. At the same time, there's people and nations that are asserting their sovereignty against US imperialism, you know, like Iran, like North Korea, like Venezuela, that are independent of the US project. There's also workers around the world that are tired of being oppressed, that are rising up. There's mass mobilizations across the world all the time when people are tired of the economic crisis, and that's really inspiring. And then there's people who are fighting to overturn their oppression. There's the Palestinian struggle, there's the struggle in the Philippines, there's the struggle in India. There are people's movements on the ground that are, you know, saying no to this US warmongering and saying that they want to be actually free and independent. So to me, that's the concrete basis of my hope, is that these contradictions have to heighten because people won't continue to take that oppression and they're fighting back. And at the same time, the war machine is so spread out. So there's actually also a material basis for us to link up our struggles. So if you live in the community where the labs are, that's your target. If you live next to a nuclear base, that's your target. If we live here where Boeing is the second largest war profiteer in the entire planet, that's responsible for all of this bloodshed, that's a very reasonable target for us to take up. So we actually have this concrete basis to fight different parts of this machine that's been stretched out so far across all parts of the world. And those struggles have to work together. So yeah, that's hopeful to me. I don't know if it sounds hopeful to you.
Wanted to pick up on a thread of that, of like, because there's like a strategy from the US government to spread out across the world and across the country to have more power. But I really agree that that can backfire against them because it connects us all. And I really focus mostly on the US, but you know, US nuclear weapons impacts exist in every single one of the 50 US states. Whether that's a uranium mine or a production site or a waste site, that is in every single state. So we actually have an opportunity to connect with every state across the country and build these kinds of movements that we're seeing here in Washington everywhere. And, you know, we have Hanford here, we have uranium mines in New Mexico. There are the labs that we just heard about, you know, Los Alamos and Sandia and WIPP, and in Alaska, there's been nuclear testing and the Amchutka site and human radiation experiments. Like,
It's a long list.
it's a long list, but that means that we have all of these opportunities for relationship building and shared struggle and shared goals.
One thing about this I think is particularly encouraging to me is that the nuclear issue, I think, has the ability perhaps to bring together countries. You know, the United States isn't going to go away. Russia's not going to go away. China's not going to go away. They are all at the moment acting like great powers have always acted. They're trying to figure out how to end up on top. And we know where that's going to lead, to disaster. They need to cooperate to deal with not just the nuclear issue, but with everything else that's coming at us, the climate crisis, the next pandemic, so on. And of all these issues, getting rid of nuclear weapons is actually both the most urgent in the sense that it's the most immediate threat to our civilization, but it's also the easiest. You know, dealing with the climate crisis is a huge project that's going to require enormous cooperation between countries, enormous changes in the way 8 billion people live their lives, and a complete restructuring of the economy. That's not true for getting rid of nuclear weapons. This is a decision that the countries that have them can take in short order, and they can carry out that decision in 3 or 4 years. That's all it would take to dismantle the weapons once the decision were made. The process of getting there, though, of reaching that decision, is going to require a kind of cooperation amongst the great powers that they have not currently exhibited. And not only can that lead, I think, in the very short term to the elimination of nuclear weapons, but it can also then become a model for how these countries can relate to each other in a productive, cooperative way, rather than the competitive way that they're relating to each other now. And that then enables them to deal with the other issues that we face. And it's perhaps a silver lining of the nuclear crisis that this could be the way forward to creating a kind of new world order that is based more on cooperation, more on the need to address human needs, and less on the current competition for who's going to end up on top of the pile.
Thank you. So this conversation makes me think that 1980s good moment we talked about was in some part spurred by the election of an awful president. And it seems like we have a similar opportunity today. I think several million people carrying hands-off signs, you know, voted with their feet. That this is a moment of such polarized politics, of so much trying to foment fear of the stranger. I'm wondering, because all of those international sorts of objectives, mostly what we can do is try to influence US public opinion, right? As ordinary people working in our communities. So I'm wondering, is there an opportunity right now? Is this, or is it that what we've been doing for the last decades is the right thing, we should continue on? Is there a reason to pivot right now with these increased criticism of the federal government? Is this an opportunity? And if we could do just sort of a lightning round poll down, and then we'll have a little discussion before we wrap up. How about that?
Well, I'd really like to thank Carly for her anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist point of view. and point out that above all, Veterans for Peace is in favor of getting rid of all war. And I think that one of the things that we need to do, as was already pointed out here, is to build a culture of peace rather than a culture of war. And that's a main thing that we can do. And I would look to the Veterans for Peace Nuclear Posture Review to help us understand why it is that we can disarm by looking at what it is that is causing other countries to think that they need to have nuclear weapons, and how we can have full spectrum cooperation instead of full spectrum dominance in our country.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that question. So my research focuses on city councils and local politics and local governments. And at that level, I visited cities in red states and blue states, and I've been really deeply moved by the commitment city council members and mayors have to nonpartisanship and their commitment to people and local concerns is really deeply felt in those conversations. And I've really, I'm from Japan, but I've been really moved by the commitment people have to democracy at that level. So, and I'm studying Back from the Brink campaign, and Cities Appeal campaign. These are really significant campaigns going on at that local level. And this is just a simple, humble suggestion for all of you. If your city hasn't passed a resolution, Back from the Brink resolution, please ask your city council members to consider it. If your city has already passed one, please ask your city council to think of follow-up activities. That's really essential. We need to keep local people, city councils, leaders engaged in this issue at the local level. We have a long way to go. And so some of the examples, I think New York City has set up a committee on nuclear disarmament. This is one of the first committees at that local level. And you can ask your city council to set one up. And the many cities like Spokane followed a resolution with an ordinance to declare the city to be a nuclear-free zone. And there is actually a slow but actually significant rebirth of this movement across the country. And that's something also you can do. You can also go for divestment. And a divestment doesn't have to be kind of really absolute. Divestment can be also a way to for a way to build relationship. Like you don't have to categorically ban everything the city has. But you can be, but the divestment policy can sort of opportunity for conversation or roadblock, or like not roadblock, a kind of speed bump for a process of contract negotiations. And there are many other ways to continue local conversations. And another one would be to having a conference like this, involving and centering voices of those most affected. So please, if your city has already passed a resolution, please follow up with something else to keep the flame going at the local level.
In following up on what Hiro just said, the city of Seattle has not passed a Back from the Brink resolution. It stands out. The state of Washington has not passed a state resolution. That stands out. Those are two terrific opportunities for action that people can take here, is getting those kinds of resolutions passed. And again, it's all about the conversation and the education. It's the process of securing those resolutions gives an opportunity to make this an issue for the whole community again. I was talking with some of the folks from Spokane who passed a terrific resolution a few years ago. And what we suggested might be something to do there is to pass a second resolution this year
Yes. Great. Great. Well, Lily and Carly, you have 5 minutes left. I'll let you divide up the time how you would. All right.
Sounds good. That's such a good tee up for what I was thinking of saying, because I also see a lot of opportunity at this time, even though things are very scary and chaotic. I said yesterday, I shared, I work with people who are sort of all across the political spectrum. And I think actually in this time when things are so divisive, and feel really scary, people are craving connection and craving that sort of right relationship that Archbishop Wester was referring to before. Like, we don't want to hate each other, right? As people, I think naturally we want to find our common humanity. It's been really wonderful to see RICA be one of those issues where we can do that. But also, I think to your point, through those conversations about RICA, it's sort of like, put some little like chinks in the armor of like Republican rhetoric, because like we had a conversation with our coalition the other day where we were saying, well, there are some Republican lawmakers who are calling for resuming nuclear weapons testing. And some of the Republican members on the call, the coalition members, were saying, what? Like, why would my member of Congress who I supported, I voted for, my president who I voted for, be calling for something that hurt me and my family? And we really try not to talk about politics, but I think it can spark sort of those reasons where you realize, like, yeah, I didn't vote. I might have voted for Trump, but I didn't vote to restart nuclear testing. And so it's an opportunity to have some of those conversations. And I think people are also craving, we're in like such a like stagnated place where like we can't move forward in politics because we have so much divisiveness. And so people also, I think, are craving collaboration and progress. And so being able to work on something that, we might even be able to pass a bill in a bipartisan way on RICA if if things keep moving forward. And I think that feels so good to be able to we can still work together sometimes. And so I do see some opportunities even as sort of bleak as things can seem right now.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think there's things we need to continue. There's what is it called? Long-term strategies, like talk to people and ask them what they care about. There's long-term strategies like deeply understand the issues in your community, understand who the different players are, make a campaign, build a coalition, work together, right? Those tactics, whether we're fighting this form of, a fascist right-wing leader or more of a neoliberal, neoconservative like Joe Biden at the helm of the US nuclear arsenal, those are going to be tactics that we need, right? We need to build relationships, we need to work together. I think in this moment, we always try our best to expose and oppose and bring people's consciousness forward by linking with the very concrete issues that they have. And it's okay if people's first issue when they wake up, you know, and go to work in the morning isn't, I think today I need to work on abolishing nuclear weapons. I mean, maybe that, I believe that, Ira, that's the first thing you think of. It's not, okay. But maybe for some people it is. I try not to let that be the first thing I think about, but I think it's really important that we link our issues one to the other. For us, one campaign that's trying to do that right now, we're about to launch our second edition of the global anti-militarism agenda. And ending the nuclear, let's see, how do we frame it? It's it is, I'll have to find it in the flyers. Actually, Vince can pass out some of our launch flyers, but nuclear weapons is one of the major issues, and ending high-tech warfare is one of the major issues in this agenda, but it's alongside so many others. And for us, that tactic, the old tactic of go to the communities, talk to people all around the world from grassroots struggles against militarism in their own context, that tactic is persisting. But for us, what we're launching is a united platform that will help us wage globally coordinated campaigns on all these different issues together, with days of action, with campaign toolkits, with ways that we can concretely organize more and more people as they're seeing the cracks in the system. And that should always be our goal, is really not to make this war system stronger, but actually to build an alternative and to fight for a system and a social setup where war isn't the bottom line, where profit isn't the bottom line, where we actually can have just peace and dignified and sovereign lives. That's where we get to the place where we have a world free from nuclear weapons. So yeah, to me, that's really the call to action. And if people want to check out the anti-militarism agenda, we're launching it April 25 and 26 with a lot of our global partners.
Wonderful. So I'm inspired to follow up in our community and add to the pile of resolutions and public events. And I hope you're inspired to do the same thing in your communities. And will you please join me in thanking this panel?
And one more round or round of applause for Olympia City Councilman Clark Gilman. And you can please join me in welcoming the Seattle Peace Chorus Action Ensemble. Some of you may have received lyrics. I think you were invited to sing along, not if I'm right.
Not on the first song, but on.
Not on the first song, but later. You're not good enough singers.
They'll be able to see the lyrics right up here for the first song.
And the lyrics are in the background.
In case I can't.
I understand they'll be starting with a rendition of Bowed It to Wow by Kid Rock. Just kidding.
We have to get the mic set up in a second.
Can you hear me? We're really pleased to have been invited to sing for you today at this very important conference. We are the Seattle Peace Chorus Action Ensemble, and maybe some of you have seen us at various protests and rallies. And thank you to Ground Zero for inviting us to sing for you. We all have our work set out for us, don't we? And it's great to be here today to hear all the ideas that people have been sharing, all the hard work. We're really happy to sing this particular song for you that is broadcast up there. The Lucky Ones was written by our own leader and director, Doug Balcom. And we felt like the words are, the lyrics are so important. We wanted you to be able to see them. And there were a few handouts of the song. And no, we're not inviting you to sing along, but we are inviting you to take the words to heart and share them with others. After we sing this song, there will be a song that we want you to join in with us. So please get your vocal cords ready.
Before the leaves start to fall, you've already done. They might be the lucky one. They might be the lucky one. Somewhere no decisions made, and the ultimate die is past. You see the whistles on parade, but that clustering is in the past. They slice through the air, over cities comes a nuclear blast. As the fireballs burst and fade, it's incinerated as a friend. Send the lucky one. Send the lucky one. Thousands and trees, waters and gold. Survivors explore, the ancient brings them to their knees. Hopes crushed in the rubble and gold, are poisoned by the arrow flow. Comes out, they're the lucky one. Comes out, they're the lucky one. The people who are left alive, watch as nuclear winds ascended. Best mother makes the star, my kid. Open humans and our looking. As the remnants fight to survive, and wonder if they'll ever cry. They really the lucky one. They really the lucky one. Now here is the question we face, and we keep the night every day. Watch me, she's dying in disgrace, and we will not walk picture away. And the world to have grace, and we'll be the lucky one. We'll be the lucky one. If we can close these nuclear rays, and the world to human race. The lucky one.
Let's do a couple of sing-along. Get this mic higher. And the first one is a protest song that was just written the day after Trump's first election by Melanie DeMore, an activist down in Oakland, and has just spread throughout the country like wildfire, partly because it is so customizable to any issue that people are protesting about. And so I've written some verses of it that pertain to the issue we're all here for. It's called Lead with Love, and the verses are all just call and response, so really easy to follow. So, but the refrain will pick up instantly. Here we go, guys. Don't give up hope, don't give up hope, you're not alone, you're not alone. You give up, don't you give up, keep moving on, keep moving on. Lift up your eyes, lift up your eyes. Fair, don't you despair, look up ahead, don't come there, don't despair. You gotta put one foot in front of the other. And keep where from one foot in front of the other. Keep where the love. You gotta put one foot in front of the other. Keep where from one foot in front of the other. Oh, tried insults, tried insults, don't see, don't keep us safe, don't keep us safe, or make us free, or make us free. To Bangor base, we're here to stay, we're here to stay, dismantle all, from today, the article of the other. Lead where the goal, the other, and lead where the other, one from the other. Lead where the goal, the other, and lead where we cannot trust, our leaders now, handle news, no way, no how. What threat of war, is just great. It's just great to have these bombs, still on the plate, still on the plate. You gotta put one foot in front of the other, and lead where the goal. You gotta put one foot in the other, and lead where the goal. One foot in the other, and lead where the goal. One more time. This is a very popular old protest song that came from the African American freedom song called "Ain't Gonna Let Nobody Turn Me Around." And then again, the chorus is just easy to pick up. You'll pick it up right away, and then there's just verses where I'll call out a word that ain't gonna let this turn me around, and then that turn me around. So here we go. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around. Turn me around. Marching on the freedom land. Sing on the territory, Congress, turning around, turning around, turning around.
Keep on walking, keep on talking, marching on to freedom, ain't gonna let no tearing, turn it around, turn it around, turn it around. Volunteering, turn it around. Keep on walking, keep on talking, marching on to freedom, ain't gonna let those missiles turn it around. Turn it around, turn it around. Those missiles turn it around. Keep on walking, keep on talking, marching on to freedom. Ain't gonna let xenophobia turn it around. Turn it around, turn it around. Xenophobia turn it around. Keep on walking, keep on talking, marching on to freedom. Ain't gonna let xenophobia turn it around. Turn it around. Keep on talking, nobody, ain't nobody, nobody, turn it around, turn it around, turn it around, nobody, turn it around. Keep on walking, keep on talking, marching on to freedom.
One more time for the Seattle Peace Chorus. We have worked tirelessly for years to build Washington Against Nuclear Weapons as a statewide network and coalition to defeat the $2 trillion plans for nuclear modernization, to bring justice to nuclear impacted communities, to move our military spending to human needs, and to abolish nuclear weapons once and for all. I mean, I was looking at the panel, there's 3 generations of organizers here today between myself, Lily, and Carly. So it's been many years in the works. You know, similarly, we've worked for over 6 months to fill this beautiful sanctuary and created a conference that has been endorsed by over 50 organizations, half of which are new to this work. To our allies, old and new, we have the opportunity to set the direction of our work, take action, and adopt strategies that will bring us to our goals, but only if people in this room pledge to commit themselves to the decisions we vote on today. To that end, for the next part of our conference, I ask you to vote and engage honestly with these coming proposals. Support what you would really support with your time and energy. Now, we had 9 proposals submitted to our conference. That means each speaker is going to have about 3 minutes to introduce and motivate their proposal before our lunch break. We are going to begin with our campaign proposals. To get us started, please welcome Harry Katz with our first proposal, in-person outreach and relationship building to grow our state's movement to bring us back from the brink of nuclear war.
Thanks, Sean. And hey, everyone, my name's Harry. Just to briefly introduce myself, I have spent most of my adult life so far bringing other young people together to help stop climate change. And about a year ago, I started learning and thinking a lot more about the risk of nuclear war. I learned that if there's just a 1% chance of a nuclear war each year, the probability of it happening in the next 50 years is actually about 39%. And I think just as important in me wanting to get more involved in this movement was learning about the work that many of you were involved in the Freeze movement back in the 80s. historians have learned that that the Freeze movement played a key role in getting the Reagan administration to reverse many of its nuclear weapons policies. And so about a year ago, I started volunteering with Sean and the coalition, and it's just been an honor and a pleasure to get to know many of you over the last year, and can't wait to keep working together over the years to come. And it's also been an honor to meet many of you who are new to our coalition this weekend, and can't wait to work with you all as well. And I submitted a proposal, which I'm interested to hear all of your ideas on and keep working on together and developing. The proposal has two main ideas. One of the main ideas is for our statewide coalition to place a renewed and major focus on in-person outreach to new people and organizations, and bring those people and organizations into our movement to abolish nuclear weapons. And I think that strengthening our local coalitions and building those coalitions will help us to pass more local resolutions against nuclear weapons. And those local resolutions can in turn place more pressure on our members of Congress and state legislatures, which we've seen from the history of the 80s can place pressure on the federal government. And I think that in-person outreach tactics like tabling and making presentations to organizations can also help us reach out to people of all backgrounds, people of all classes, races, ages. And the second major idea in the proposal is for our statewide coalition to make Back from the Brink a central focus of our coalition's advocacy, and to use Back from the Brink as an organizing tool to bring more people into our movement. Back from the Brink, as Dr. Helfand was describing, is a national coalition that's building a grassroots movement in the US to prevent nuclear war and abolish nuclear weapons. And we have about 80 states and cities across the country that have endorsed our policy goals, and hundreds of organizations. And No More Bombs has been doing great work on getting a Back from the Brink resolution in La Conner, Washington, which is making great progress in that city. We have campaigns in earlier stages in other parts of our state. So I'd be excited to work together with all of you on the proposal, and to hear your ideas and keep working together on building our movement to abolish nuclear weapons. Thank you.
So you'll have opportunities to speak with Harry and other proposers during the lunch break and during our ending breakout sessions. Next, I'd like to invite up Dr. Joe Berkson with the proposal reaffirming the Washington Against Nuclear Weapons Strategy.
Hi, I'm definitely with the Washington Physicians for Social Responsibility, which founded the Washington Against Nuclear Weapons Coalition. And we aim to create a powerful coalition, here we are, in every congressional district in the state in order to build a movement and get the leverage to power to empower the Washington's 12 members of Congress to take an anti-nuclear weapons policy. So we submit this proposal to reaffirm that strategy and to lay out our objectives to build our base and move more members of Congress to vocally support our congressional priorities that would seek to provide justice for nuclear impacted communities, reinstate arms control negotiations, and cancel nuclear weapons production, and eventually abolish nuclear weapons. So launching out of this conference, additional meetings should be held to develop a power map of each congressional district, understanding of the current positions of each member of Congress, and plan to popularize anti-nuclear weapons sentiment and organization. These meetings should primarily constitute residents of these districts. So we are going to have to go all over the state, and we will develop a plan to reach civil society town by town and district by district. Reporting on progress in each district will become a feature of the coalition meetings. In addition, WANW should strategize on how to build and align with other social movements, such as the 50-51 protests to oppose Trump's agenda. We will continue the frame of massive, we will continue to frame the massive spending on nuclear weapons for what they are, a theft from the environment, the poor, and the needs of working people. WANW will work with WPSR to launch a public speaking tour focusing primarily on speaking to organizations around the state about the rising threat of nuclear weapons, so that by the end of 2025, we will organize and take at least one action to pressure all 10 of Washington's representatives through letters signed by community leaders, public bird dogging, delivering of petitions, demonstrations outside members of our offices, and media pressure and more. At least one action will be held in each district to educate the community through public speaking, film screening, town halls, and other low barrier actions. What resources are needed to accomplish this? A commitment from attendees to organize and participate, update web resources, and continued financial support of WPSR's Nuclear Weapons Abolition Program Manager. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Now I'd like to invite up Denny Duffel, who will be presenting a merge proposal. Denny, are you here? Come on up, Denny. Titled Continuing to Develop Signers for Our Faith Statement Against Nuclear Weapons, plus Interfaith Organizing Around Nuclear Weapons Proliferation.
Well, the first part of that, continue to develop signers, I don't think that it's cost us a whole lot of our time and effort. I know I've put a lot of time and effort to get members of Pax Christi and others to sign this, but we can all do that. We can all do that, and it doesn't cost money. It costs a bit of our time. And when we finish with this, we can circulate it. I presume we will continue to do it at least till Hiroshima and Nagasaki time. That's the 80th anniversary, but we can continue to do it indefinitely. This has a powerful statement. We can expand it. Interfaith organizing, again, is something that we've been doing and tended to continue doing it, but there are other aspects to it that we haven't even touched. And I mentioned those in my talk. You know, we haven't reached out to different groups, different faiths, and it's a personal thing to get them to do. And you know, I've done that with the deacon community. I've done it with the Sisters of St. Joseph Peace. I've done it with the Pax Christi chapters. And you all have your associations as well that you can do that. And it's just, it's really a no-brainer. And again, it doesn't cost money. So I hope you can support that.
Now I'd like to invite up a representative from Buy-In Seattle, or Resist, and/or Resist, to introduce the proposal, Support the U.S. out of the Philippines, JBLM out of the Philippines campaign.
Hello. Okay. Hi. Yeah, so this is a proposal to support the U.S. out of the Philippines campaign. Locally, it's JBLM out of the Philippines. As we learned earlier, we really have a target in our backyard, Joint Base Lewis McChord, which is actually where A lot of the military weapons, troops are sent to the Asia Pacific, to the Philippines, for instance. Yesterday, I shared a little bit about the 123 nuclear agreement that was signed between the Philippines and the United States that is allowing the Philippines or the US to import or export US nuclear technology, energy technology into the Philippines. This basically deepens the Philippines' dependence on foreign energy or sources and does not allow for us to have our own self-determination and economic development. And then we also know that this actually can lead to the basis for nuclear, the US storing nuclear weapons in the Philippines. And then this is all in the context of, as we learned in the last panel, the US is heightening military buildup around the world, including the Philippines. So we're seeing the Typhoon missile system. There are now 2 sets stationed in the Philippines, setting up for the Balikatan war exercises in the northern Philippines, aimed towards China, heightening the tension between the US and China. And we also know that the Philippines is the highest recipient of US military aid assistance in the Asia Pacific. Over $1 billion have been given to the Philippines since 2015. So the call for this proposal is for us to endorse the US Out of the Philippines campaign, JBLM Out of the Philippines. That means sharing campaign activities, calls to action in your network, to raise awareness in our communities, to donate to the campaign. And a minute left. And then, yeah, we have over 25 endorsers currently. So really want to broaden that community network that we have to get the US out and also keep the Philippines from becoming an even greater flashpoint to potential nuclear war. Thank you.
Next, we have Carly Brook with the proposal, cut ties with war profiteers, cut ties with Boeing.
Hello, everyone. Yes, we wanted to bring forward a resolution to the floor for a Cut Ties with War Profiteers campaign direction that we can take. The rationale is that, weapons, transnational corporations are global. They have operations overseeing and gaining profits from mass production of high-tech weapons. Based on our research, we know that they can be private or state-owned companies, but they all exist to profit off of the arming and rearming of state militaries to use in their wars against other countries and their own people. In short, war brings the demand for what they supply, and ending war and militarism involves exposing and opposing those who profit from it. Our research also has shown that the Defense, Space, and Security Division of Boeing produces military aircrafts and missiles for use by the US military. And that makes Seattle the home of one of the largest defense contractors in the world. Specifically, Boeing contributes to the ICBM, Minuteman missile systems, water-based nuclear weapons like submarine-launched ballistic missiles, navigation systems, and air-based nuclear weapons, including B-52H Stratofortress bomber aircraft components of the nuclear weapons system. So these are some examples. Our resolution encourages the conference to endorse specifically the UW Cut Ties with Boeing campaign of the Resist US-led war movement. We think it's time to hold our institutions accountable for their role in war and violence. So we encourage the conference to join us in targeting an institution like the University of Washington to cut ties with Boeing as a contribution to the broadening of the anti-nuclear weapons movement. Our demands are UW cut ties with war profiteers, return Boeing's $10 million investment in the interdisciplinary engineering building, which opened this month and has a whole floor dedicated to Boeing. and its war profiteering, to ban Boeing from UW recruitment spaces, and to identify and replace all Boeing-funded scholarships, fellowships, research investments, et cetera. Weapons dealers should not determine who gets to go to school and how they study. Actions that can be taken aligned with this resolution are to join our mobilizations, particularly against Boeing's Seafair in Seattle this August, where they'll be flying Boeing Blue Angels jets sponsored by the Boeing Corporation as a big war game exercise. And we don't stand for the glorification of war and militarism in our communities. And South Seattle certainly doesn't want them flying overhead. Yeah, with all the pollution and all of that. So join our mobilizations against Seafair and Boeing, and then support our actions in the Cut Ties with War Profiteers campaign at UW, and endorse our actions called for by Resist US War Seattle. So cut ties with Boeing.
A reminder, you can read these full proposals by going to wanwcoalition.org/proposals, a link to which is in your programs. Now we will introduce proposals related to structure. And of course, both of these proposals come from yours truly. So I'm going to go ahead and get into it. So the first proposal is titled Northwest Against Nuclear Weapons. This proposal would change the name of Washington Against Nuclear Weapons to Northwest Against Nuclear Weapons, while officially welcoming organizations in Oregon and Idaho to join our coalition and geographically expand our network. That one is pretty straightforward. The second proposal I'm introducing is titled Steering the Coalition. Now, I believe a lot in movement democracy. I think this is what this is about. We need to come together and make decisions. And as long as I've been in this job, I've been making way too many decisions on behalf of the coalition. I think we need our own leadership body. So this is a bit of a jack in the box or rushing nesting doll of a proposal, because it calls for the election of a Washington Against Nuclear Weapons Steering Committee of 5 to 10 members that would work with me to carry out the priorities set forward at this conference. Steering committee members will meet monthly in addition to monthly coalition-wide calls and would serve 1-year terms. If this proposal passes, we will allow members to nominate others or self-nominate today at 3:30, and to be confirmed by a majority vote of those present between 3:30 and 4 p.m., right before our final keynote speaker. So think carefully on this one. And I hope some of you will consider stepping into this larger and expanded role should it pass. Our next set of proposals can be categorized as actions. Again, I'll ask motivators to keep their intros to 3 minutes. And first, I'd like to welcome up Joanne Dufour to introduce her proposal in support of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Wonderful. I guess you're not surprised by this one. It's one of the shortest of the proposals. You don't have much to read. I just wanted to say that there is a little bit of background I think you need to know about the treaty. And contrary to a comment that Mr. Ira had mentioned, when it's important to recognize, ladies, the female participation in the creation of this treaty, lest you forget, it was Beatrice Finn who helped start the international campaign to abolish nuclear weapons and led the countries from 2010 through 2015 in a process of gaining more and more and more support from a group of 44 to a group of 125 nations that were in agreement with writing a treaty. When they actually chose the writer for a treaty, They chose a woman. She was the Costa Rican ambassador. Costa Rica, the perfect country to think about no nuclear weapons. And the ambassador happened to be a female, a very smart female who looked at the campaign to abolish chemical weapons, which was succeeding tremendously. And if they were succeeding, they must have been saying something right in their treaty. And yes, they were. They were using every single verb that you could possibly imagine that had anything to do about chemical weapons. Well, why don't you do the same thing with nuclear weapons? Why don't you just broaden the expansion? We knew that the countries that had the weapons, they were much too sacred, so we weren't going to we weren't expecting that they were going to pass the treaty. You're not going to get an international treaty if you only have 9 opponents. They had 125 proponents. There was some smart female thinking in this. And I want you to be aware, not that we don't mind and we love our men, but do they still want to tolerate nuclear weapons and say, oh, we'll never do it. We're not going to get this. The US couldn't take leadership. Or do they still want to play with their toys? I have 2 pieces of paper here. One was Ivana's piece, though I modified it a little bit. And she wrote a piece called, and she gives the background. So if you're not really sure what the treaty says, this'll be, I'd like each group to get copies of this and enough. And I'll put them on the table outside if you want to, but if you happen to be a leader of the group, please pick one up for your group. And then if you happen to meet Timon Wallace yesterday on the authors panel, he wrote a statement. He's a strong proponent of why the US should sign the nuclear ban treaty. So these are 2 resources. I do hope that you will consider, you don't just have to take an either or. You can pass it back from the brink, but please don't forget the treaty. Let's keep our eyes on the prize and eliminate all weapons now. Thank you.
And Joanne bringing the spice. Last but not least, we will bring Denny Duffel back to the stage for his proposal, joining the protest at the Kitsap Banger Base on Mother's Day. Please welcome Denny. Denny and Kathy.
We just wanted to invite you to come to a Mother's Day action at the Ground Zero Center for Nonviolent Action, which is just across the fence line from the Banger Trident submarine base, which houses 1,000 nuclear warheads, which is the largest number of largest concentration of deployed warheads in the world. So it's a perfect opportunity for you to protest this expense and the dangerous situation that they've placed us in. So we're actually having a practice also tomorrow. We're going to be doing a demonstration, which Denny can tell you about.
In fact, I still have, I think, 2 more spaces in my car. I'll be here at 9 o'clock to take people if they want to be there. But the action is, we don't want a whole lot of people at the action because, I mean, at making the nonviolent direct action of being arrested. We'd like as many people as who want to come and witness and be a part of it and cheer us on. This is a way that you can see what it's like, not only to be there at Ground Zero, but at the center, but to actually see what is involved with an action and be perhaps more inclined to come on Mother's Day. Mother's Day is one of the 3 times that Ground Zero tries to organize people to come to the base. Again, I say the center, to come to the base. And it's traditionally a place where we invite people to be there and to be involved in nonviolent direct action. As the woman from Golden Rule said, nonviolent direct action it's action. It captures people's attention in a way that just words don't. And big enough action creates a lot more attention. And if we can get a lot of attention on Mother's Day, it sets us up for Hiroshima and Nagasaki this year. And the 80th, as Ira reminded us, 80th is very good with numbers. People kind of latch on to anniversaries like that. Hope to see you tomorrow.
If you would like to suggest for more announcements, Kathy, welcome back.
Thanks to Mac Johnson. Or actually, it's the Saturday before Mother's Day. We're used to calling it. So it's not the Sunday of Mother's Day. It's May 10th, and we have flyers right outside on the table.
Of course, bring your mothers anyway. Now, if you would like to suggest friendly amendments to the language of these proposals, you may find motivators during our break and chat with them. We decided as a planning committee that we had neither the time or constitution to handle contested amendments. So if you have changes you'd like to see, try to ask them, and then it'll just be a straight up or down vote later this evening. Now I'd like to invite up a representative from the Seattle Evergreen Progressive Korean Coalition who has generously provided lunch for us this evening. Please welcome Gu Lee to the stage.
Good afternoon. I think you are very hungry. I think two hungry. One is stomach and heart. Heart for kind of no nook, right? Yeah, so we'll provide lunch so we can save a couple of minutes you walk. So probably I want to just kind of tell you what we prepare. First of all, do you know the song Ebony and Ivory? Ebony and Ivory, right? It's not that enough nowadays. And when I arrived in the US, it's a melting pot, everything together, everybody and all cultures. But this taste is not that good, right? So nowadays, I think of salad bowls, but it's a little bit kind of too. So we prepare the kimbap. It's a rolled kind of dishes. So it means kind of everybody, each kind of gradients, their own taste, color, and everything. And they roll up together like we do now for kind of anti-nuke. So we prepare kimbap. Downstairs, there's 5 trays. You can make a line, help yourself. But we prepare about 250 people, but I think less than, but still kind of you can take maybe first round, take up to 10 pieces you can, and you can coming back if it's very delicious. And also we set this cookies and then cuties and then water. So help yourself. There are a couple of Korean descendant kind of help you how to. Please enjoy. Also, I'm gladly kind of is introduced is our president in Seattle Evergreen Coalition, the Korean Americans Progressive Group in Seattle area. Mr. Liu, he's our chairperson. He generously provide and also approve from our steering committee and council provide this lunch. Yep, introduces him.
Hello, my name is Song Yeon Liu and a member of Evergreen Coalition. Very nice to meet you, and I'm glad we could be together and enjoy your meal. Thank you.
Yep, so back to Sean, maybe. Yep.
Let's go to lunch. Lunch is down in the fellowships hall, so go downstairs. There are elevators for those who need it, and we will be back. Let's call it 1:10. We'll be back. Coming back to the sanctuary up here where we are now at 110.
Test 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Test one, two.
Please try to return to your seats. Please return to the main sanctuary. Thank you. Yeah, it looks like everybody is still out to lunch. Thank you all for being on time. I appreciate it. I'm gonna try to herd everybody else up. Okay, it turns out that the lunch was really good. Folks are still making their way up. Those of you that are here, we are going to be splitting into 8 groups. So if you received a number at the check-in, that will be your number. If you did not receive a number at the check-in table, please go visit the check-in table now. Can I have Alini, Group Leader 1, hold up your sign. Ira, you're also 1. It seems like I've assigned both of you a breakout group, and you may rock, paper, scissors now to decide which one of you will take it. Alini, over there. This is an honorable duel. 2 legends in our field. Okay, Alini takes it. All right. If you are number 1, go see Alini right there. If you are number 2, go see Richard in the back. In the back, there you go. There you go. Richard, give him a wave. Okay. If you are number 3, you will be seeing Louise. Louise is right there. If you are number 4, you will be seeing Dan. Is Dan in here? There we go. All right, Dan the man. If you are number 5, you will be seeing Kathy. Kathy, all right. Kathy is around here somewhere. We will wait for Kathy's return. If you are number 6, you will be seeing Roger. Roger, right there. Group leaders, can you please spread out geographically? I would appreciate that. If you are number 7, you will be seeing Julia. Number 3, you'll be seeing Louise. And Louise is back there. And if you are number 8, you will be seeing Lily Adams in the yellow. All right. Number 5, we'll be seeing Kathy Railsback, who is somewhere in this building. She may need to be resuscitated. Somebody please go find her for me. Now, your group leader is going to do their best to get you through 9 proposals. So discuss, digest, talk amongst yourself. You had a great conversation at lunch, maybe continue it. We'll see. We'll see. Group leaders, you may leave the sanctuary and find a quiet place if you'd like. However, just please tell me where you're going because people are still trickling in. I will repeat again. If you have the number 1, go see Alini. If you have the number 2, go see Richard. You have the number 3, go see Louise. Number 4, Mr. Dan Gilman. Number 5, Kathy. Number 6. All right. Number 6, Roger. Number 7, Julia. And number 8, Lily Adams. If you are in Alini's group, number 1, they'll be heading downstairs in the fellowship hall. Perfect. Yeah. And not everyone's gonna have Reddit, so you can. If you have Reddit, I'll just read it out loud. Cool.
Nothing, no like.
No voting. Voting happens when they come back. Cool. Thank you. I thought I did, yeah. At your table. Downstairs, you can sit at your table too. Yeah. Grab the 5, grab the 5 sign. They need to come to you first. You can decide where to take them. Number 5, Kathy has arrived. Kathy will be holding up a sign momentarily. Please talk to Kathy and be nice to her. She's really lovely.
I guess there is nothing for
Yes,
us.
you may. You may leave the sanctuary if you would like. Just tell me where you're going. Are you a signing number? Pick a number, Joe. Pick a group that seems fun. Oh, actually, we're motivators. So we're technically assigned a group. Yeah. Yeah. I forgot about that. You just float around. All right. You bet. Group 6 is Roger Edmark. Group 6 is right here, right there. Please be warned that Roger will become your friend. He is all about friendship. Yeah, yeah. I'm just gonna do the math for a little bit of behind schedule. Howdy. Yes, the facilitator has one, and then it's available online.
I wonder if we can have discussion among ourselves here.
Heather, could you try to find Julian's?
I don't think there's enough for everybody, so maybe you're the person on that one. One of the
There is nothing going on for us, maybe.
You got a question? Oh, you got a question?
Sure, we're talking on YouTube 9, just having discussion.
Yeah.
And then later, there's some sort of a vote.
Yes.
How is that vote going to be done?
So, we're gonna go one by one, the same order, that you proposed will come back. We'll have the opportunity to ask you 3 questions. How that will be determined, we'll see. And then we'll take a speaker for and 2 against if there are any.
Can we vote yay on all of them?
Yep. Yeah.
So whatever gets the most votes will be the priorities.
Yep.
They're all good things.
Yeah, we're not necessarily ranking them, it's just a straight up or down vote.
Okay.
So by simple majority. We're voting on 9 proposals that were submitted to our conference and this board. It's whether or not we so whether we accept the proposal or whether we decide that the conference attendees and the Washington.
You know, in the near future. Here, about him.
So there's three categories. There's like a one-off action, purchase actions, campaigns. That's more serious. And there are 2 proposals for changing the structure of both. So those are expanding other cities or we all get together, so you're not voting at the breakout.
On your phone. About all of the that might be the best way.
Thank you.
Because there's only one copy of the master of all this, but this is what's in on your website. Sure, that's. You guys know where that was?
That's the same one. Yeah, an email, I just put it into mine and it just popped up, so. Last night. But. It's pretty long, all of it, so it's kind of. It ends up looking like this. You can find it on your website, on your website.
Doesn't mean you have to serve on it, although we.
Okay. It should look like that. And then scroll for about, I can say.
I do want to find a ground
Yeah,
zero
so
rep.
if you can find, this is at, WANWcoalition.org. Slash proposal. And you go to that, you'll have your own copy of all of the proposals. And is this the background of the proposal or just the proposal? That is, just I think background of one. One of the, this is about. Which was one of the. That was number 6.
If you'd like to have your own copy, you can take out your smartphone and go to www.wanwcoalition.org/proposals.
The proposal. Basically, it calls on. Targets two weapons to make and maybe focus on supporting back to the campaign by encouraging other communities to pass resolutions which have not done it yet.
That's number 1, right?
That's number 1.
Let's just go ahead and start talking about that.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, encouraging state legislation to pass resolutions, encouraging members of the executive delegation to sign like the federal, resolution, 317, and encouraging other organizations.
Did anyone get that link? It was so fast I couldn't get it. Maybe we can have our own conversation.
I think the sentence is supposed to go to all the work they're doing is essentially education. But we need to get to the kind of place we were in the early 80s when there were millions of people who were demanding policy. We're nowhere near that. So we can get this initiative again. So people are talking about it, thinking about it, reading about it, and so on. And even like the resolutions that were a major focus back in their campaign, they're there to see our conversation. You go to the city government and hopes that they'll do the day that the press will cover, and that you'll have to bring people to that city council meeting to support it and so on. So it's like it's.
So the leverage that the people have in themselves is the fact that they are the constituents. So it's not about what leverage we have over them. It's about how they even maintain their position in office and their position of power. It's only maintained via voting them in. So the only leverage that one has is the people of their district have to hold them accountable. So providing the insight of hey, these are pieces of legislation that they don't stand in solidarity for, making that transparent, making that known to like more people, that'll help them realize that like, okay, I didn't vote, like I may have voted for this person, but I didn't vote for them to like completely contradict what I believe in. So it's about the leverage that the people have is holding their constituents accountable, sending in letters, like anybody can send in letters. And the media is a big one when, like you mentioned, in those moments when you're having the debate in the town halls or in the city halls, whatever the case may be, those moments are when they feel that they're on the spotlight, and you know, enough of them will mobilize them to act accordingly. Because the whole point is that they're supposed to act in favor of the constituents. So it's the only leverage that we can promote is making the like people that they represent more knowledgeable of what they're doing.
Absolutely. General leverage they are somewhat violent to pushing on money. And so, but the people in towns, counties,
right,
is both these back to bring.
Right. They'll have no choice.
That is a voice.
Right.
Which, and they do respond to very enough from their constituents.
I think the local politicians respond more. And that's the leading, that's like the food chain of politicians that will represent the keep getting involved in if they act for their constituents. But at the Alan Smith level, you don't necessarily, they're in their ward level, they're not necessarily responding, but the local cities resolutions shows that there's a groundswell that people understand the issue.
Did we have our own discussion, Samantha or Jack? I did get the link now.
Please excuse this brief public service announcement, but we will be ending our conversations at 2:20 PM. We started about 20 minutes late. We're gonna move the schedule ahead 20 minutes. So yeah, everybody will still have the full hour to go through the discussions. Thank you.
Have conversations with neighbors and open the state organization. Educate them about the danger of nuclear war. Broad countries in personality. Talk with the global advocates who are working on this. Staff person or volunteer. There's a whole list of them.
And contact with the legislature, legislators need to be after you build up enough of a. It seems like the thing you do after, according to this.
Well, it's actually, I think the way we have been worded is it's all goes on simultaneously. If you use in the process of reaching out to your legislators, stimulate the conversation. Now, if you contact a group saying, we're trying to get one of the congressmen here, not that we like the board, and right with the delegation from the right organization, part of the delegation. That context, have a conversation with the organization you're reaching out to about why that's important. And so it's, again, the resolution to use to create a focus. You're not just chatting with people about the world. The concept is concrete that is motivated. People who want to do something that can see something coming. And in terms, the top resolution work that we certainly aren't expected to pass some of these matters. Going to the vote. So we're using it again to educate members of Congress. We identify people in Congress who will become champions of this, so we're not expecting a lot from them. We are visualizing focus for work and become like a champion. it ultimately did pass the House case resolution, but it was after the fact that we'd already won. But what happened is in the process of going to all these members of the House on our committee, we identified people who became really eloquent champions of nuclear disarmament, who were speaking out about it in ways that in precedent to ways of influence, because they're members of Congress, so when they speak about it, people pay attention. And it's all part of the sort of organic process of building a movement.
This seems really good. But it's how do you think it contrasts to what the NW does today? What does it add to it?
Just a focus.
Just more focus on the smaller groups than the counties
and usually that is the platform is focus.
Right.
And being part of the national movement. Because it's empowering that too. When you speak to people and say we want to see in Washington. But we want to be part of the national movement in California and in Illinois and in Massachusetts and in Georgia. It has more power and it's perceived as having more power. So it's more compelling to ask people to be involved in this. You know, I know people focus on the fact that there has to be hope that we're going to be successful. A big problem we feel that you can feel in nuclear stuff. It's like a big problem. And I'm really just especially I do people that are more. But if you feel like you're part of the national campaign, and there's more potential possibility than that.
Second, talk about power, like what you're describing, like trying to find people that you can work with. That sounds really kind of like power hacking. So would you say that
Very compatible.
yeah,
It's completely compatible.
yeah. Well, it's kind of like they work together. Like the strategy is like the different powers that are.
Mhm.
It's their what socialists and libertarians like the smaller companies to engage.
Yeah, it is really important. Right. In Massachusetts, by state resolution, it seems to where the legislation now has most Republican senators as opposed to Massachusetts. Party Massachusetts, but I think in terms of the ultimate goal of changing the U.S. policy, exactly what I think. And that is one of the strengths of the police campaign. The campaign was chaired in the Senate by Senator Hadley on the House by Congressman Clinton, the Republican from Massachusetts. Actors by the partisans in the it's a polarized political world. It's going to be a real problem to state the people. It's just a stress issue, and it's no one to solve. So
In the age, we also have
But many members of the congressional leaders work with the administration. And the problem that we're learning about today is that these are so polarized in the essential tribalism that if it's identified as a Democratic or a Democratic opinion, and socialist only, that it will be probably you're going to see this. It takes 67 senators. That's out 67 non-elected senators. So we have to be able to trust it. And we have to be doing that.
Okay, so, thank you. I'm glad you're here to share more about it. If I need to go through this, and we have time to come back, that's all we want. The second one. No, my understanding is this is an information gathering. Later, when we come back together, there will be an opportunity to decide a big group. That's fine. We don't have to decide that now, but if you have any information that will help you to make that decision, that's a discussion to try to do that. Okay, so the second one on here was reaffirming the Washington against nuclear weapons strategy. Now, if you have your many things, it should say in there, and Joseph was trying to explain that, but these are such long explanations I found in there. So it's an organization that started by Washington Physicians for Social Responsibility, with a coalition, 60 or 70 groups, and trying to find strategy is to build and align with other social movements, and we'll continue to frame the massive spending on nuclear weapons, what they are, stuff from the environment, the war, we need to work with people. How many here actually attend Washington Against Nuclear Weapons Thursday every month meeting? Very many? It's a.
I think they forgot about us.
6 o'clock on the second Thursday of the month. So, I attend those. I can tell you what we do within that meeting. Usually there's a speaker, so we're made aware of issues. There's opportunity for people to explain what their organization is involved with, and it might interest others to participate or to join. I know Bill here for no more bombs, and they were picketing the congressman. No, wasn't that true? Larson, yeah. So it was kind of like a Washington nuclear weapons thing, but I knew they were doing it, so I went up there and did it too, and met them. And so it's kind of these initiatives of different protests and different picketing, and everybody lets everybody else know what's going on, all within the kind of framework of some aspect of the policy.
It's like a consortium.
Yeah, but it's like 60 or 70 now organizations in Washington, or not even Washington. My organization told me kind of in Washington. But so that's essentially what happened. Many times there's petitions, and they'll put those online, and you can sign them. And they encourage you to send letters and things to your congressmen, senators, whatever. And this is kind of what I think it does now. So that gives you a little bit of an idea. I'm sure there's some specific principles. Don't know exactly where they are. Well, the petition ends up going to government officials or whatever.
In their section,
Yeah, go ahead.
they said that they plan on By the end of 2025, they plan to organize, to take at least one action to pressure all 10 of Washington's representatives through letters signed by community leaders, public bird dogging, delivery of petitions, demonstrations outside of their offices, media pressure, et cetera.
Yeah, and I see this has an impact, but, it kind of goes along with the previous initiative, because for those congressmen to make a change in their policy, they have to know that it's more than the 20 people protesting outside their office that cares about it. They may represent 250, but somehow you need to let them know. And having other things like, you know, initiatives signed by cities, counties, groups, whatever, actually gives you more credibility when you go to it.
Looks like the intention is to allow this people to talk. So it's going out to organizations, talking to them.
Yeah, so there is that happens now with some of the people when they talk to us on those Thursday meetings, say, yes, we went to our Congress, and you know, Back from the Brink is one of the groups that's in the coalition, so yeah, we're going and doing this and that, so we're actually hearing some of that. But there's one member of the coalition doing that, others are going out and with the sign.
But this, did he say he was member of the position for stuff?
Well, Position for Social Responsibility is the organization that created Washington Against Nuclear Weapons. So Sean is actually an employee of Washington, the Position for Social Responsibility, assigned to lead the coalition of WWW. So they're
representing their.
Yeah, it's so, the Position for Social Responsibility has three parts: climate change, nuclear weapons, and food. Yeah, so this is one, this initiative with WAW, he worked on the nuclear weapons part of what they're really talking.
Resources, to all handle what's happening. Attendees to participate. Have updated resources. Kind of just trying to reach and pressure all 10 of the representatives. I have a feeling that that's probably easier to do in the Seattle area, and hope to do that outreach other parts of Washington. This is driving, connecting people to like, are there already like clearly one of the guards of duty, are there other like local organizations, maybe some of the more rural areas that are
Yeah, the coalition involves lots of groups of people and other places in the state. They're not all, no, probably the concentration of them is.
Yeah.
Population too. But they are, they're in Mount Vernon and Florida's, O'Connor, they're up in that area. So, yeah, they're in other different places where they lots of the different groups do go to their councils, to their legislative people, but also their cities. I think they're working on a Wakanda, back from the break, on the 27th proposals. It's a small town, but every one has a new.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if there were already.
Yeah, so I'm sure, rural areas probably have few.
Yeah.
Big internment strategy by the reach out to groups that aren't part of the coalition.
Yeah, so we better. Okay, third one is Northwest Against Nuclear Weapons, just a rename from Washington Against Nuclear Weapons to Northwest. And really including, getting more groups in Oregon, or Idaho, to be involved, just kind of broadening it. My organization is American Committee of World Friendship Center. So actually, we are an organization that, because of World Friendship Center in Hiroshima, that we exist. Joanne, there is one of the people in this group, she lives in Oregon. And I live in Washington. We have several in Washington, several in Oregon. We have one in California, we have one in Atlanta, Georgia, or Maine, so we're kind of an inter-nation group, but mostly, the greater majority are in Washington, Oregon, so we decided to join. So John's kind of realizing there's probably more organizations that both in Oregon or have a Northwest aspect, that maybe it'd be better to broaden it already. Yeah, and it's harder to be in Oregon and join the Washington. You're a Duck fan. Position.
I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Ron, I'm sorry.
Michael. Nice to meet you. Joy was making the point that I want to bring back up earlier, like, what are the trade-offs of voting for these different proposals? Like, this one is about like expanding, then I'm thinking about, like, you're talking about reaching all 10 representatives, like is that going to be your effort? Right, like, or does it make sense to talk to, local, like, what are the trade-offs of me voting yes? Why don't I just vote yes on everything?
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head. It's the first thing I say, they're all there. Why wouldn't I want to eat? It's kind of like, what is the focus of this conference? And which of these items, which of these do you think the focus should be going forward? They all may be good. Sean wasn't really specific about exactly how the volume would go. And I think what you said is very important. You might be, if you vote for one, you might be actually somewhat voting against the other inadvertently.
If you're voting for one, you're kind of voting against all the others in a little bit, because you're talking about like resources going to this other.
Yeah, like we just talked about, Northwest nuclear weapons, like recent, just a name change, but it involves a region. So the fitting back in number 2 that said going to all 10 Congress people. Well, now you've got Oregon's Congress people, and you've got Oregon's and Idaho's. So it changes it perhaps, if that would make it a priority. I think that's possible. I think maybe the
I guess rephrase it a little bit. Are there contradictions between, like, for example, you say you want to reach groups, you have to reach. Like, one of those groups might be veterans or active duty members who are most of them. So is that going to contradict the protesting at a base? Is that a strategically good idea? I mean, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, I'm not involved in the organization, and I'm sure a lot of you are. And so I guess I'm wondering from the outside perspective, what do you see identified as the priority, and how do we keep to the priority? So the priority to reach those in a different, and then you can find a different way to reach that audience.
I think the point I was going to make really in response to that, which is I think we probably need to look at all of these student voices and it enables people to do all these things, but doesn't require to do any of them. Really, those decisions are made on an ongoing basis. The monthly meetings, the monthly, we talk about having a steering committee.
Right, that's proposal.
To try to figure out how to prioritize really do services, given all these things. There are a couple of things that are out here that people may not. For example, thinking waste on that is funded by going to maybe something that people don't want to do.
Well, it is. Yeah. No, I'm going to go to the next one.
Not there yet, but I can talk a little bit more about the next one.
Okay, well, the coalition steering committee. So right now, as a coalition gets bigger and bigger, and more people coming on the Zoom thing, there's less voice for each one to be able to can't have 70 people all giving their opinions all the time. So I think a steering committee allows them to focus attention with a number of people, and then they have a little more direction than we have their large coalition meetings. So the idea was they're getting big enough that maybe they need a board, you might say, a smaller group. So that's the idea there.
Especially what we've been discussing, like figuring out how to prioritize.
Yeah.
Things get voted on. I think that the idea of having a steering committee guide that process of prioritizing whatever activity we're voted on.
Having a smaller group does work better. Once the chair of a board of 25 people, we want to give everybody a voice. We could never get our meetings finished. You know, we want to be fair to everyone, but it's impossible for them. So the number 5 is continuing to develop signage for our statement against nuclear weapons. Plus the interfaith organizing around nuclear weapons proliferation. Okay, so they merged 2 things by friendly amendment. So I think this was the interfaith group that was talking to us about their initiatives. You can find more details if you want to look in there about the initiatives. They're very similar to many of the other initiatives we have been talking about. I think we have I would call line with everything else.
And I think that's really hand in hand, the first one, the in-person.
In a lot of ways, yeah, but maybe just a different group of people doing it in the interfaith community, perhaps, versus the political. Question about 5?
Number 5 is the steering coalition.
Well, I guess up there it's no, those numbers are different than the ones on the.
Oh.
Sorry, talking about.
Oh.
So I'm gonna continue, number 3 up there.
Okay.
So what is the statement against the web? That's not the team on the web.
It was the statement that they read.
The statement they read.
Statement they read that we were not the same.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Yeah, they read statement, and it was very much like, you know, some of the same wordage about the interfaith groups desire to eliminate their art. You should be able to find it, probably is in the things in there, but I don't remember anything controversial that was difficult to say. Okay, so what I have here for number 6 is just voting in support of the treaty for the prohibition of nuclear weapons. So that is that extra paper I sent around to you. That's number 6 on the list on the screen there. 6 votes. So, yeah, is everybody pretty familiar with the treaty? Seems kind of like worldwide, yes.
I would often comment that I did today during the strategy session, and just with that as part of my relationship with this, I'm on a steering committee of the International Conference on Nuclear Weapons. I was a former representative of the state in 2 of the 3 international conferences. That led to the negotiations. I chaired the session at the UN that led to the negotiations. I don't think it's a good idea. I think the treaty is wonderful. But focusing our efforts on getting the United States to sign and ratify the treaty is asking the United States government to do something that we know in advance of it. Yeah. And most importantly, it leads to the wrong conversation. It leads to a conversation about the dangers of unilateral disarmament. And that's not the conversation we want to have. The conversation we want to have is about the dangers of nuclear weapons and we need to get rid of them. And if you frame it this way, that's not the conversation that happens. Because if you can't do this unilaterally, what about the Russians or the Chinese? And that's what you're not talking about. What you want to talk about is you all have things. And it's the only way the US will ever sign that. If I want any of the other things in the United States, they're only going to do it if they all do it. So that the Brink's take on this is we support the treaties. We think the US should stop opposing them. But we're not, I demand that the US sign that as the US in negotiations with other countries, so they can all sign that by together when they fill in the important details which are not in the treaty, which we left out deliberately because we really want money that can have these events were involved in negotiation. The treaty is a very important milestone, and it's a useful tool to move public opinion into having to weapons. But there is a tendency to sort of make the treaty the prize, and that's not the prize. The prize is the nuclear weapons. This is just a tool to get there. Focusing on it, I think, is not something that needs to work out. The intention of nuclear weapons is the Women of All Prize in 2017. It's a worldwide campaign with about 900 organizations that belong to it. It is the group that got the treaties negotiated and ratified, and it leads the effort to get more countries to sign and ratify the treaty. It is very supportive, I can, of Back from the Brink, because people understand that we need to move the United States, not in parties in the way that leads to sterile conversation. None of the nuclear weapons. That's right, and that's really important. I think the treaty is very valuable document because it saves the whole like this part. But the next step to get us in down with the US and Saudi Arabia. Still, we're actually the US, but I think it needs to be able to see.
So, this is more about that. There seems to be an undercurrent here that they're saying that the US actually did sign a treaty 20 years ago, and they're not following through on it.
Oh, the Non-Proliferation Treaty, the United States signed and ratified the Non-Proliferation Treaty. And Article 6 of the Non-Proliferation Treaty requires countries to negotiate the complete elimination of nuclear weapons. Neither the United States nor any of the other countries that have nuclear weapons have done it.
Yeah. Okay, and so this is saying that they really should not support it. Not be in support of it.
We should be in support of the treaty, but it shouldn't be the resolution. This calls on us to work together. And I think that's so we should.
It's a lot of energy for not much. I know from being in Japan when the force, how excited they were in Japan that this had happened in the sense of the world. So I think the sense of the world is really great that more and more countries, more and more are coming online. Even celebration that happens there. But
Japan hasn't signed it.
They haven't signed it, yes, because they're really, they're just the little brother or sister. Okay, so we have a couple more. Number 7, here's number 7 up there. Joined in the protest at the Kitsap Bangor Base on Mother's Day. Actually, Saturday before, they explained to us. So, actually, and they said tomorrow, some people are going over there to protest. Well, can't see where this is, kind of conflict. If you want to do it, then there's anything else. Seems like it's very good. In favor. Any comments about that? There you go. I thought it was interesting you mentioned, now some of us will go across and get arrested, but most people, that's not why we want you to. That's interesting. Okay, there's nothing more to talk about that one. Number 8 is support for the US out of the Philippines, the JBLM out of the Philippines campaign. That was a pretty long, discussion. It's pretty long in here too. If you want to read it.
So just, the fact that it was to be highlighted, you have to, because that's our president, what we do.
It also reminds me of the connection at home, because, you know, if we're in the Philippines, that means we're not home. And that's a connection that I think we're talking about, with maybe more Republican, maybe more veteran or active kind of group, where it's like, maybe it's kind of the US and the Philippines, when the US isn't involved in, like, I've been having struggles, like, I'm gonna get next year, but I didn't see what I mean, but it's like, it's tied to the Philippines, but also has ties to our own people in our own country. It's like, we should be coming home, and we should be checking out, we should be going to the.
But that's obvious.
Yeah.
That's what we have.
No.
Like we protected the Ukrainian.
They're doing lots of, like, similar to the exercises and why exercises, which are basically preparing the doing these like live exercises, fishing like and basically forcing these people to enter these houses, floor plans overhead, live inflation, all because the US is trying to offshore or China, you know, already was off the base of and anywhere that US military bases go, there is instances of abuse and sexual violence in population around the base, and also at JBLM, there is connection back and forth. That we're using to develop get us out of our crisis and provide people space that needs and worker rights, healthcare.
Someone asking us to join. Well, he supported this effort. And raise up all workshops with your organization and invite one of them.
Yeah.
Help facilitate. Yeah. Help people become aware more.
The Human Rights Act as well.
Okay, so, I guess the question that, I mean, it seems like someone needs to support this. Maybe it's this one. But that's what you have to decide, because if you vote for doing all 9 of these things, there isn't enough resources to really do that. So at some point, you have to decide, is this the right group or not? You do this. No, but the resources of energy is going to be pushed towards certain things. If you say, yes, we want to do all 9 of these, then you probably need to get about. We're not really.
I feel like it's, this campaign, they're also bringing people, so they're building one.
I just follow you, I'm sure, when we vote, because we're in favor of their climate and want to support them, but we're also voting because we're voting to put the energy there with that vote, and not just, it's not just a. Well, in a sense you are, when you come to any conference or be part of a group, you say you're going to put effort into it. Some degree.
I have a question about the support of the U.S. because especially considering how tensions between the U.S. and China are being raised with our president, how feasible is it to be able to get the U.S. to back away from that to any degree?
I'm not sure that the first step is that we will affect the Department of Defense or the president to do this. But it's basically, it starts, I think, with the groundswell of information that people recognize. This is who I think I am as an American or whatever, that this is what we do.
A lot of people just might.
But we're not aware of this.
That the US is, the Philippines is basically a puppet government of the US. And a lot of people don't know about like centuries practically of the Philippines. Bringing awareness for especially in, Americans and our government doing this. So at least raising awareness and helping with, but there are already lots of people from Biden and non-Biden.
This is very important, but it is not something new that the government is doing.
No, it's not. So putting nuclear weapons there is.
They put nuclear weapons in places often and say they're not.
Oh.
Okay, so Japan was told, no, we're never ever putting any nuclear weapons in there. Yet, once we got the information later, they found that they did. They had nuclear weapons in Japan. So it's not unusual for our government to lie or to make these kinds of bold decisions to put weapons in places. But this is the most recent one. Okay, there's one more. Yeah, what cut ties with the puppeteers, everything going.
Yeah, so. Talk a little bit about the US Live for Seattle, our main candidate is on US campus. Urge you guys to contact them because they are. And one of the main problems that we have with Boeing and its role in that they are basically selling out education to Boeing. So lots of money to kind of brainwash their education. Look at all this transfer debate, and they're using that money to then we submitted freedom of information requests to get reasons about Boeing, and they are literally talking about co-locating Boeing on UW campus, and have literally used the word pipeline of UW students to Boeing employees. And so Boeing is basically buying influence into the engineering curriculum. They are putting Boeing executives in professorship positions. Almost all, if not all, like senior engineering industry projects are through Boeing, where they are taking advantage of student labor to solve Boeing's problems. And the most recent $10 million donation of the interdisciplinary engineering where the whole floor is now Boeing AI. And so our, and I heard some, our main issue is that the amount of influence that Boeing has over the engineering department, over it doesn't give any reason to study other things. And that is in some ways an incredible if all of your opportunities are going to work from here, you don't get a chance to find ways to help people work on things and temporary advantages of the student a program where if you are maybe struggling to pay for your education, Boeing will reach out to software and junior students and say, we'll pay for your education as long as you come and work for Boeing for years. And now, as issues with poor labor laws, or any of your American strike process. So there are multiple reasons why and this is similar to the we already have our whole board is working on that campaign but to increase awareness through people and increase responsibility and kind of more support in those not that I'm aware of. I know that there is a small piece and from they are though, I don't know if they're that on campus, but
It used to be very large organization back in the 60s, 70s. It actually organized itself as a national, the same college breakdown. And the really, we made the effort to try to create because all the jobs are out here, we're doing both. So we're trying to both support students who are trying to find what they don't want to do.
About a 4-minute notice.
Oh,
Sorry, 3-minute notice. Please return to the sanctuary by 2:20.
For once I could hear you.
Everybody knows what is the problem with going now. So, but what are the going now? That would make it significant for this body to want to do that.
pretty lengthy list in here, but there's some
that culture of heat. I think it's important to build that culture of peace that feeds us all the way up to the nuclear. Yeah, can I pick up back real quick, the steering committee? Sure. Steering coalition, just in general, I'm very skeptical and concentrating about it. And, yeah, that's even worse. So like-
Some committee,
Yeah.
in that sense, it's actually. And going the direction.
Yeah. That's like, I'd like it to go further maybe.
How many do you want there to be ready to volunteer?
Yeah.
To nominate and come up with a state committee grant.
Yeah.
What is the number?
Well, I would just like to say, like there's like the occupied street, stuff like that, that is like the affinity groups, the social council model, and there are other models that are not quite so hierarchical as they are now. That's kind of.
Yeah, no, good thing to think about. Okay, thank you all.
Great job, thank you.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. I need about 3 volunteers. Okay, and I'll tell you what you're doing now. I need 3 volunteers to help count hands, count the vote. If you'd like to count, come and see me. Bill, all right. Excellent.
Do I go sit down?
No, stay here. Janine, welcome. Welcome. All right. I need 1 more volunteer to help us count.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to miss this, but I have a sister that's very good now.
Don't worry about it.
Well, she is now, she won't be.
1 more volunteer, please. Yeah, I need somebody to help us count the votes. Yeah, you're filming though. I'd rather have you do that. Would you? Okay. Come on, Steve.
Let me choose the answer up high. So we had, yeah, I felt bad. I had to miss the whole process here.
So we should probably bond. We are gonna divide the audience in 3 sections. Between 3 of you. I'm gonna need your help. Try to have someone raise their hand. Try to get whoever's speak first. And then just kind of call on them. That sounds good.
Do I write it? Do we need paper and pencil?
We're just gonna do our best to find high.
They're gonna call.
So we want to do like, one of us takes these 2 cues.
Exactly. So here's what's gonna happen. So,
Yeah.
we're gonna invite up our first proposal. Audience will have the opportunity to ask some 3 questions. And it's just gonna be the first 3. If somebody's already asked a question, the rest is stacked, so you talk to them. Then invite somebody. We want to maximize.
One voice in each section.
So, if.
So if someone raises their hand in our section, we.
And then when we call the vote, if it looks close without the loud, do is it's just a count the names. It's not pretty straightforward.
It does, yeah, we can like.
Just
really
count
like
it.
fun. I mean, this is.
It's our chance to be rebellious.
Right now.
So when they raise their hands, we just make sure to count. I might have to count twice. Okay, great.
Or, yeah, like in my experience, like doing like I's and A's and then like doing a count, if it's like, if you can't tell, is like real time saver.
Yeah. That is good. Good suggestion.
You think it's better?
Oh, like,
Ritual,
by, you know, by roll, when you like have people say I, and the I is like obviously louder than the.
Oh,
And you can just skip it.
okay.
I've
Would you?
got one question.
Okay, so
So
but
you
we
had
call on
personal
someone.
Ask the question.
They might speak. for the-
Someone that had.
Yeah, ask a question.
Okay, so I like the idea that we divide up to, how many do we have?
I think that it's the outer two, the inner two.
Tell you what, you can just be the eyes on your area.
Like perfect,
We'll do like a chain.
All right.
to do what?
So if you see somebody in your section, raise a hand, put up the number of hands, and we'll try to follow on you with that. So it's like a chain.
Okay.
All right.
Great, we're middle. Well done. Yeah, you can also just, you know, count the votes, I mean, really.
Yeah, can we do that like close? I can do it right now too.
Sure, middle, and I'll sign up to use them here.
Sounds good.
Okay.
No. I'm gonna see if we can make some time in this section. Quick announcement for folks, there is an off-site event tonight, starting around 7:15 PM at the Seattle University Harding Building. The address for that building is 1215 East Columbia Street. It's about a 10-minute walk from here. It'll be featuring a speaker named Kathy Kelly, who has been involved in many civil disobedience actions. I'd like to have our proposers line up at the stage in order of submission. So Harry Katz, if you are here, please come to the stage. We'll start with you.
Lateral. Don't have steering.
I've been seeing this,
Why?
like pretty significant roles. I mean,
It's a lot.
I work for doctors, I feel like I'm breaking. Yeah. Quite my like value.
More democratic.
Yeah, folks are used to it, right? So this is intentionally. When people want it, ready to go.
Experiment, democracy, hopefully it succeeds.
Oh, sure.
And the address is, the difference is East and Street.
Okay.
And the other address was gone.
Just to repeat the announcement for the 7 PM event or 7:15 PM event tonight. That is at the John and Judy Harding Building, Seattle University campus, 1215 East Columbia Street, room 142. The title of the event is Conscience, Courage in the Journey Beyond Nukes. Speaker is Kathy Kelly. Kathy Kelly is board president of World Beyond War and a co-coordinator of the Merchants of Death War Crimes Tribunal with lifelong resistance to war and nuclear weapons. Again, I'd like to invite up our proposers to line up at the stage, starting with Harry Katz. Harry, if you're here, please line up. If he's not here, somebody please find him for me. So let's do this way. All right, so here's how this is gonna work. You will have the opportunity to ask each proposer 3 questions. The audience collectively has that opportunity. Thank you to Janine, Vaughn, and Bill, who will be helping us monitor hands to take the questions. After the 3 questions, speakers will have 2 speakers with the opportunity to speak for the proposal and 2 with the opportunity to speak against. Please keep your comments to 2 to 3 minutes. Now, after that, we will proceed with a vote. The vote will be by raise of hand. And thank you, Bill, Vaughn, and Janine, who will be helping us count if it's not a clear number. So it'll be a simple aye or nay when we call the vote. Hope that makes sense to everybody. Now, do we have any questions for Harry on his proposal, which is kind of lengthy and pains to back from the brink? Harry, remind me the title of your proposal.
I think the title, you want me to read the title?
Yes.
In-person outreach and relationship building to grow our state's movement to bring us back from the brink of nuclear war.
Okay, any questions for Harry? We've got one right there. Could you please run him a microphone?
Does this, okay.
How is that going to differ from what the Poor People's Campaign was doing 6 years ago? In terms of building coalition and reaching out with other groups? Because quite frankly, that was one of the most positive experiences I've had in 50 years of doing this.
And go ahead, Harry.
Yeah, I've heard quite a bit about the Poor People's Campaign's work on Democracy Now. Reverend Barbara is so inspiring to me. To be honest, I'm not super familiar with their work in Washington State 6 years ago, but I'd be really interested to learn more about it. So I'm not sure if I could speak that clearly to the differences between that work and the work that I'm proposing. I'm not sure if maybe Dr. Helfand knows more about our relationship with the Poor People's Campaign on a national level. I did see a representative from the Poor People's Campaign at some conference about anti-nuclear weapons work recently. But if there's more specific ideas related to the Poor People's Campaign work that you've done that you'd like to suggest, or just anything else related to that question, I'd be interested to keep talking about it. Yeah, if you have more thoughts. Would it be okay? Or should I?
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I would just say it's using the same strategy, same technique that the Poor People's Campaign used, but focusing specifically on the question of how to prevent nuclear war, which was not a primary focus of the Poor People's Campaign.
Additional proposers, Joanne, Joe Berkson, please come to my left and line up. Denny Duffel, please come to my left and line up. Any additional questions for Harry? Any questions going once, going twice? Okay, seeing none, I would now like to give 2 people the opportunity to speak for this proposal. You may raise your hand if you'd like to speak for this proposal. Cindy.
I think that anyone who is trying to work with a city council or a county or even our congressional folks, that the Back from the Brink campaign is very, very clear on what needs to be done on the national level and the international level to reduce and abolish nuclear weapons. So I would say that this proposal should be voted yay.
Thank you, Cindy. Do we have anyone else who would like to speak for this proposal? Maura?
Yeah, I just want to second that. I think it's so important, given what we've heard in these yesterday and today, of really expanding and really bringing in as many people as we can, but at the same time through a very focused, Back in the Brink has a very focused campaign. And I really like that it's focused, but also that it's inclusive of trying to bring in many voices, including those who have not normally been heard.
Thank you, Maura. Now, do we have any speakers against the proposal? Any speakers against? Going once.
Speaking against.
Mac, if you're not speaking against, then you're not speaking.
My question is, how does it differ from the other proposals, the signers for a statement against nuclear weapons and interfaith organizing, and reaffirming the Washington Against Nuclear Weapons strategy? Is there some overlap there?
I'm gonna say, Mac, that was out of line. We had gone past our question period, so sorry, buddy. Harry will definitely answer that question for you later. Anyone want to speak against this proposal? Last call. All right. All in favor of this proposal, raise your hand, say aye. All opposed? Proposal carries. Back from the Brink will now be a major priority of the WANW coalition. Joe Berkson, please come to the stage. Thank you, Harry. And next slide, please. Joe's proposal is titled Reaffirming, Joe and my proposal is titled Reaffirming the Washington Against Nuclear Weapons Strategy. Are there any questions for Dr. Joe Berkson? See a question over there. Go on, if you could run Nico, Mike, thank you.
This is more of a technical question pertaining to another proposal with the name change from Washington Coalition or Washington Against Nuclear Weapons to Northwest. I'm wondering, with that name change, would you run into any barriers for then organizing at the state level, and how you would go navigating, or if you see any concerns with that?
I can take that, yeah. I don't see any potential barriers personally. I know that's not a very comprehensive answer, but I think, you know, there's regional coalitions that exist and are able to function that way.
I think in discussions I was having, I did hear that it might confuse people and think that we changed and dropped some people off. But personally, I don't think that would happen, but
Another question. Oh, it's not on? We'll get it next, Bill.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I like the proposal here, but there is a confusion that working with the district based on mapping, that will make the group concise, and we don't want that. We want everyone who's interested in this should participate, and we will educate them, you know, if any education is needed, you know, like.
are you referring to power mapping?
No, this one reaffirming the Washington against nuclear weapons strategy. And this, we are going to contacting the senators and reps through political education and events. I like the proposal. It's fantastic. The only thing at the end is the district-based power mapping, that will concise. I think we should let people in.
Could I clarify on what that means? So,
Yeah, all the county can
yeah,
join.
we're still organizing on a state or regional basis,
Yeah,
but we will, this calls for convening meetings, in addition of members of congressional districts in order to, better understand how to expand our presence in those districts. For example, we have a really effective Olympia coalition to abolish nuclear weapons.
Mhm.
We would like them to meet with the other folks in the 10th congressional district and strategize. So it's just an emphasis on that. Other than that, there's no major changes to the way we organize.
No, and this, are we pressuring our member of Congress? Or are we telling them that you convey this to Congress, for effectiveness? We are doing all this in this? Or no? Are we doing these activities?
We are essentially already doing these
Okay.
activities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
This is reaffirming what we're doing.
And final question right here. Test it.
This one does.
Does this proposal include a recognition that the Russian invasion of Ukraine is a great tragic setback for the cause of nuclear disarmament? Because Ukraine, being a nuclear weapons-free country, which renounced its nuclear weapons in 1994 and handed them all over, handed them away to be dismantled, that an attack on a country which has renounced its nuclear weapons is a huge discouragement to any other country to do likewise and also renounce their own nuclear weapons?
Thank you, sir. This proposal does not include language around Ukraine or that crisis. It is specifically calling for us to continue our congressional outreach, launch a public speaking tour, and starting kind of district by district based power mapping on how to influence each member of Congress.
So when we go out to each member of Congress, we often involve the whole coalition, they know about it, so you can give us feedback at the time about what the strategy would be and what maybe we do want to talk about the nuclear weapons in Ukraine when we're talking to Adam Smith. I don't know, but this is an example. So we are aware of that and we might use it, but it's not exactly on point for this proposal, I guess.
Thank you. And I believe that closes our question period. We had 3 questions, correct? We had 3 questions. Yes, we had 3 questions. So we will now take 2 speakers for this proposal. Would anyone like to speak for this proposal? Okay, Albino.
Yeah. I love this proposal because it is action oriented. And we will be able to educate people here also who are not aware of what it is and why it is important and why should we get involved and everything. So I encourage everyone here to get involved in this major issue and catch hold of our senators and representatives. By the way, I'm an advocate from last 8 years here in Seattle and advocating for nuclear weapons and justice and healthcare as well. So the points that I want to highlight here is endorsing a policy goal, which is very important, which most congressmen and they don't, even think. Sometimes they don't even know. I have seen. But we will approach them and the members of Congress will put pressure on the Congress to either they are, issuing some dollars like $2 trillion has been issued and for making more weapons, which is, I don't think it's that important to do that. We want to eliminate nuclear weapons. We don't want more weapons in this country, So that is the goal here, to convince the member of Congress. That's our work. And then they will convince the Congress to stop these fundings. And we can also take a serious step with the government if they are not doing it. We can ask questions and we can pressure them, make a campaign, a movement, what he said. It would be a movement. If we are together with a movement, the member of Congress, they will listen to us. I have been doing it for social justice and for all other bills from last 8 years. If they don't listen, we go to their office, sit there until they listen. And then they ask us to come inside, sit with us and talk with us. Because otherwise, sometimes they don't listen. And we are going to do that and we need your help. 5 policy goals, time-bound elements that began negotiating, that is going to negotiate with the member of Congress and make them understand what we want. That this is your part, your work.
Thank you, Alpina.
Everybody's goal.
Thank you.
To get it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers for this proposal? Helen.
Going district by district is a good way to stop isolating cities from the countryside and help the people that are in rural areas feel more included and their opinion better heard. So I think that expanding beyond the bigger cities is a really great idea. And I think that having more and more of Washington State Congress people on board will send a clear message and educate more of not just the politicians, but also their constituents.
Thank you, Helen. We will now take 2 speakers against the proposal. George.
I have really mixed feelings about this. I'll be very brief. We discussed this in our small group, and I visited our 5th congressional district in Washington State many times when it was represented by Kathy Morris Rogers. We always got stonewalled. We rarely got in to speak to her personally. We usually spoke to a 22-year-old aide who didn't understand what we were talking about. And so I felt at the end of the day that the outcome of our visits to our congressional representative was not worth the effort. However, Ira has helped me in my understanding and my growth on this issue by saying that if you keep on going, you gradually, there's the kind of the wear down factor, and you could maybe make some inroads even with a very strong right-wing Republican representative, which is 5th Congressional District. It's now Michael Baumgartner. But you might find that he would be persuaded a little bit more if you said, well, the Spokane City Council has passed a resolution, and that's the largest city in his district, that it's a good idea to have a nuclear-free zone in the city. He might listen to that argument. So Iris said, why don't you try again? Keep on trying, and I believe in the snowflake theory. There's 1 million snowflakes that fall on the tree. 999,000 didn't work in bringing down that limb, but the 1,000,000th snowflake made it go down. So I'm going to vote against this proposal because I don't think it's worth the time, but I'm going to be open to the other argument.
Thank you, George. Do we have any other speakers against this proposal? Going once, going twice, 3 times. All right. We're going to go ahead and move to a vote. All in favor of this proposal, raise your hand and say aye. All opposed? All right, proposal passes. You can clap. Woo! Okay, now I'd like to invite Denny Duffel to the stage. Denny Duffel will be speaking on the proposal continuing to develop signers for our statement against nuclear weapons and interfaith organizing around nuclear weapons proliferation. We can take 3 questions. Do we have any questions from the audience? I see one there. One question here. Could you run him a mic? Yep. Right there.
I guess my question was whether it was more the emphasis was developing more signers of any faith, or was there a specific emphasis about getting more different faiths involved, like yeah, or is it both?
It's about getting whatever faith connections people happen to have. And more signatures, definitely. And the statement itself was printed up to be and talked about already, and it had to do with 3 treaties and getting people to agree with it. One was New START, one was the Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, and one was the U.S. Building new arsenal of renewing its strategic arsenal of cruise missiles, submarines, and bombers. So those are the 3 elements there, and it's just to get more and more and actually try to build something. I know I had plenty more contacts, but I just didn't have the opportunity. It was short notice. And and everyone here has other people that contact. They can sign it themselves, perhaps, but it makes a difference if you sign it with, have somebody or an organization sign it with, that has some more weight to it.
Janine, we're gonna go over here first, and then we'll get the gentleman back there. So he will be third. The person in your section will be third. Go ahead, Kathy.
So
My question or comment is that, because I was working with, also with Brenda, who was one of the drafters, and so there were 3 points that are now in the letter. One is to restrain the $1.7 trillion funding, as well as TPNW and New Start, as Denny mentioned. And then there was one that had been, that Brenda had tried to get in, but we just didn't have time and to get the signers, which was in support of RICA too, so we really wanted to make sure that RICA got into this statement as well to support that.
And I would accept that as a friendly amendment. I should also point out that the printed statement is ecumenical faith leaders, but I've been working with interfaith leaders statement. So.
Oh, okay.
I don't think that mic works.
A two-part question, so to speak, which may have already answered the first part. Individuals or bodies, question mark. And then the second part is, how do those individuals or bodies sign on if they want to do that?
Well, either. I mean, obviously, Archbishop H's signature matters more than mine. I mean, so an individual person, you might have their title, or Dr. Brenda Smith, who's from the Atlanta area, is not even here, but she certainly signed it. She helped draft this, not draft it, but work on this statement. But individuals can sign it, yes. But we're looking for individuals that you look up to or you know personally in your faith associations.
At the moment, contact me. I will add them. We may develop a form in the future that you can send around. Okay, thank you everybody for your questions. We can now take 2 speakers for this proposal. Any takers? One in the back there.
Well, I am certainly for the proposal, but I wanted to give folks a head up when they're addressing religious groups. I can't speak for other areas, but I can speak for the religious community in Spokane, which tends to be very conservative. We did appeals for our anti-nuclear ordinance to various churches, Catholic Church, Lutheran, Episcopal, Jewish, etc. And the only church group that agreed to support our anti-nuclear initiative were the Episcopal Church. So what we did is we went to individual parishes and asked the person in charge of those religious services, whether it be a priest or minister, if we could give a talk during the religious service. Invariably, they refused us. So be aware of that. And then we said, well, could we hang up our literature in the bulletin board in the back of the church? And some folks allowed us to do that. And that was good. But some folks refused even that. And so we ended up in the sidewalk handing out literature. And, you know, that pisses people off. But let's face it, that's sometimes the job we're in. So just wanted to give you a heads up. Thank you.
Could I add something to that? You know, because if they have a copy of the signers already, you know, when you're asking them, it can make it a little easier. Okay, so, you know, you'd have to refer to Sean to get them up to date list of the signers. But even this one is fairly good. You know, we have a couple of archbishops and we have the Buddhist faith leaders and others.
All right. Is there another speaker for this proposal? Joanne?
I think this is an excellent proposal for a number of reasons. First of all, the rebuilding of the arsenal was initiated, the modernizing of the arsenal, that's the first provision. That was authorized by Obama when he had to try to win over the health care. That's number one. But following that, every other country with nuclear weapons modernized, walked down that road. So that's why we want to stop that. That's the first part. The second part is the START Treaty. For those of you who don't know about the START Treaty, this is a series of treaties that have been enforced, and they have built into their enforcement verification. Verification means that the US can automatically show up in Russia at any time unannounced and verify that the reductions of the nuclear weapons are occurring. Likewise, the Russians can do the same things to the Americans. It worked. The target goal was a reduction of 15,000 weapons, I think, and it was accomplished. So what they're trying to do with this new START Treaty is let's do it again. It works. The verification works. Okay, and obviously, you know my feelings about the TPNW. TPNW doesn't yet have verification, but I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a minute.
Thank you, Joanne. Do we have any speakers against this resolution? We can take 2 speakers against the resolution, or sorry, proposal.
The only reason I would be against it is because, for instance, my faith, we don't have a clergy, we don't have a church, and we're the Baha'i faith, and that's the way we are. So I don't have nothing else to say about it.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other speakers against the proposal? Going once. Right over there, right over there.
This may be more of an amendment than a hard no. However, when in our group we were discussing, one thing was changing the language. In the proposal, used the word church. We were wondering if there could be a switch to faith traditions as to be more inclusive and to really promote an interfaith approach. Another one was a concern and maybe a potential possibility to merge this proposition with the I wrote Prop 6, but that was the treaty to prohibit nuclear weapons that we'll talk about later on today. There's a lot of similarities between the both. I know there's this signers is not just signing on for the treaty, but also to sign on for RICA and other initiatives. So we were wondering, is there room to merge them, or is there a like a strategic reasoning for keeping them separate? Thank you.
I don't know the answer to that. I was not the author of the statement. I just have worked to get people to sign it.
We discovered that there were 2 versions of this thing circulating. One of the versions says faith and the other one says church. And I'm hoping, or we thought that the one that says faith was the correct one. So that would answer your question about, yeah.
Yeah, point of information is just that the statement has been revised, I think, 3 times. So there has been a few versions that have gone around.
Yeah, and the version that says faith also says it's merged with something that it's 2 proposals merged or something. I'm not really sure. But anyway, that's the part I wanted to let you know.
Another point of information is that 2 proposals were submitted ahead of time, one by Denny, one by Brenda Smith, and they agreed to merge their proposal into one. So this is already a merged proposal into one that happened behind the scenes. Is that a point of information, Leanie? Question? Okay, we'll take it. Okay, my mic's going the other way, which is okay.
Oh, sorry.
I think I just wanted to clarify again, if the RICA amendment was made to the final document, you mentioned that there's a couple of versions. Will RICA make it into the final
So
letter or no?
that was proposed, like right here. So, and I believe Denny accepted that as like a
Okay,
friendly
cool.
amendment
Thank you.
we made, afterwards. Another point of information from Carolyn. Sorry, Alan, did I just?
Should I go in order?
Yeah, sorry.
I'm fairly careful in my wording of the things that I use for the golden rule, not to use the term proliferation. Could we just simply strike that or add something? Proliferation to me means the treaty or the Nuclear Weapons Proliferation Treaty, which is very different than the TPNW.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what.
Seems like the question is around changing the title of the proposal.
Yeah.
I'm gonna probably just say that the name of the proposal doesn't affect the content very much, as it's a merged proposal. The ethos of it is to continue the interfaith statement and place more emphasis on organizing the faith community. Is that okay? Thank you. And then I think Carolyn.
About Ground Zero, and there might be somebody here who can answer this question. When the first nuclear subs came, there was a huge influence of Buddhism. Aiken Roshi came from Hawaii. We had the monks marching all the way from LA, and they came, then Myohoji monks from Japan that worked against Buddhism. It was very influenced with Catholicism and Buddhism, but they started building a stupa, which are all over the Buddhist world, and they're a symbol of enlightened mind, awakened mind. And the beautiful picture of the stupa is in.
Can you hold the mic closer?
On the wall. Oh, it's in Ground Zero on the wall is a beautiful picture of the stupa. And outside is a mess. It's this thing they started building back then, and when you can see through it, it's just transparent, and it just has nothing. It has no soul. If that has no.
Can I ask what the question is?
The question is, who can tell me why that's still sitting there in that condition?
This isn't related to this proposal. I would encourage you to speak to a member of Ground Zero if you want to. Yeah, you can speak to Kathy after the program about that. Difficult conversation. Okay. With that, we're gonna go ahead and move to a vote on this proposal. All in favor of adopting this proposal, please raise your hand and say aye. All opposed? Proposal carries. All right, congratulations, Denny. Next, I'd like to invite Richard Murray to the stage to discuss the proposal by Bayern around supporting the U.S. out of the Philippines, JBLM out of the Philippines campaign. And if we can advance the slide to the correct proposal, thank you. There you go. Yep. Thank you, Mike. Just questions. Actually, we're just gonna go to questions. Yeah. So we can take 3 questions for Richard now. Are there any questions from the audience?
Hi, I really like the proposal, but I was wondering why you think a 1-2-3 nuclear deal would potentially lead to nuclear weapons in the Philippines when 1-2-3 deals in other countries like Morocco and Brazil have not led to nuclear weapons being put into those countries.
That's a good question. For the Philippines, it's really because of its strategic location that the US is using it for as its pivot to Asia. So right now we're seeing the massive military buildup by the US within the Philippines. Right now they have now 2 Typhoon missile systems pointing in the north of the Philippines, pointing towards China. And so we're seeing this equation basically of this untested nuclear technology, which can then be used as a potential space for US nuclear weapons. And so we know if there's escalating war, it would be strategic for the US to now have this base, the stronger basis of nuclear weapons storage there. So, yeah.
Any other questions?
Could you talk a little bit more about the micro modular reactors? Are they testing them there for worldwide use or just for use in the Philippines?
My understanding is it's worldwide use, but they are using the Philippines as the Filipino people as test subjects. The modular reactors are these smaller versions of the big reactors, which means they can be placed more easily in locations. So, for instance, one testing site is in Manila in the Philippines, the capital. It's in a fishing community just north of Manila, as well as some farming areas. So, yeah, does that answer?
You take one more question? In the back?
I not only would like to support Philippines, but our 2019 Best for Peace Conference, we had Okinawa attempt a similar fight and they've lost it. So I'd like to expand from Philippines to other bases also being eliminated.
John, were you asking Richard to amend his proposal to just consider for the future? Okay. I don't know if that it was quite a question. We can take one more question for Richard and keep that under advisement. Going once, going twice. Okay. Now we can take 2 speakers for this proposal. Would anyone like to speak for this proposal? We got someone in the back.
As a Marshallese person, I know that war and nuclear proliferation starts with imperialism, colonialism, and so forth. And so I think as Americans, we need to take a more global perspective and see how our actions are harming others. So while it might seem distal to you, it's very proximal for people like Filipinos or Marshallese people. So I fully support it.
You take one more speaker for.
I fully support, because one of the reasons is that by having any American base there in the Philippines takes away their sovereignty, as well as improves the colonization that they already go through.
We can now take 2 speakers against the proposal. Are there any speakers against this proposal? Going once, going twice. Okay, seeing none, we will now move to a vote. All in favor of adopting this proposal, raise your hand and say aye. All opposed? All right, this proposal passes. Next, I'll invite Carly Brook to the stage to discuss the final campaign proposal of endorsing, supporting cut ties with war profiteers and cut ties with Boeing. Carly plus a friend. Remember your name, right? Carly and Vince. Are there any questions for Carly and Vince? We can take 3 questions from the audience. Any questions? See one back there.
Our group was wondering if this proposal would be in conflict with our other proposal, which is trying to talk with Congress directly about our other issues. Would it put blocks between us and the congressional representatives in any way, shape, or form?
Don't want me to take that.
I think that's a question for the coalition.
The only block I could foresee is if an activist very publicly protested Boeing and upset a member of Congress that receives financial support from Boeing. So that might make it difficult to lobby them potentially. But we're a big network. Some people take direct action. Some people prefer to lobby. Some people do both. So I think it wouldn't be in direct conflict.
I'm wondering if, within this proposal, especially with the University of Washington, in promoting severing the ties with Boeing, if there are suggestions of other organizations that will replace the funding that Boeing provides for the university.
Yeah, the University of Washington has a very significant endowment and investments from many of the major corporations. From a movement perspective, we haven't necessarily viewed it as our responsibility to help the Board of Regents, which, you know, specializes in such things, to find the funding alternatives. I think what we're saying is we don't want to have a arrangement. It really goes to looking at what's the state of our education system, where, you know, war profiteer like the Boeing Corporation has such an outsized role in students' education. It's Boeing actually writing the curriculum in the engineering department. It's Boeing directly influencing the you know, the basic foundations of people's understanding as the future engineers and of, you know, of the region. So for us, yeah, we don't have a direct plan. I think that's more the university administration's responsibility. It's but there's precedent from divesting from major corporations like Dow Chemical during the Vietnam struggle, where, you know, there needed to be a line drawn. And it's actually students all around the world who've taken action en masse, demanding that their universities cut ties on that basis. So yeah, that's, I think, what I'll say.
And then final question right there.
Carly, do you feel like this proposal draws a direct line between corporate capture of government and corporate capture of education? And do you feel like these can be addressed as 2 separate issues, or are they the same issue?
Yeah, it definitely brings a systemic analysis of the problem of militarism as a system. So there's militarism in the financial aspect of the university's, funding, its investments as an institution, right? Because universities really operate like banks because they have such massive investments that they then portion out. This campaign in particular is looking at Boeing's donations into the university, which is really its own bargaining chips for how it can direct and sort of met out its agenda in the university space. And a lot of students have saying, we don't want to work for war profiteers as a position. I think the other thing to point out is Resist US-Led War has some good materials on this issue, like a whole primer on transnational weapons corporations, and we have a campaign that works with students and organizations across not just the US, but also we have some like Korean student organizations that are targeting Korean weapons companies, for example. So it's a way that we can open the door to really have participation from a mass movement of students, right? Like, students were taking such inspiring action last spring around the world and really putting a lot on the line. And cut ties with Boeing was one of the main demands. So I think it's a way that this coalition can really, make that initiative to lend support and endorse the issue. So yeah, I hope that answers the question. Sort of militarism is the root of both.
Thank you. We can now take 2 speakers for the proposal. Looks like we got 2 hands, so it'll be the fella in the, is that red and orange? And then I think Mac behind him.
Yeah, I feel pretty strongly about this one. I'm very I have some sympathy for the concern about things like the money for like grants for students and things like that, but you have to think about the cost of taking that money, and it is selling our children's future to war profiteers. Like I think we have to take a stand to say that's not a line we're willing to cross, no matter how much money they're going to throw at us.
Thank you. I also want to speak strongly in support of this proposal, and I'd say for 2 reasons. One, that the lines from Boeing through UW to nuclear weapons production, research, development guidance are very, very clear. They are shaping the curriculum and the administration to get the workers they want. So I very much support this. The second reason, I really strongly support the proposals by both Resist US-Led War and Bion, because they are youth-led organizations. I've been to their actions. I have seen their intelligence, research, and effort. I trust them to focus their program on what can get the message to UW. So these are the young people they want, and that's another reason that we want, and that's another reason to support them.
Teacher endorsed. We can now take 2 statements against.
Thank you. My name is Liz Tiedemann. I'm from Issaquah. I came to this conference to learn, and some of the most important learning that I'm going to be taking back to my colleagues is what I've learned from Carly's organization. And no decision, you see my gray hair, part of my life experience is that no decision is ever for one reason. It's for a variety of reasons that I will be voting no today on this one. One of the reasons is the specificity of the action items, naming the University of Washington, not higher education in Washington, the specificity of naming the Boeing Company and not other war profiteers here in Washington state, such as we saw on another slide this morning. The color yellow resonates with me from that slide, naming Microsoft. What I wish this organization, this coalition would come forward with, and having said that, I recognize I didn't do it, but a thing that I could really get behind at this point would be something like strengthen research and information resources on the profits of nuclear weapons, develop information resources on the relationships between these entities and Washington's institutions of higher education. That's a thing I could get behind. And I'm going to be voting no today. And I'm going to be supporting Carly's organization and their good work.
One additional speaker against.
Who had it first?
I think over there. Okay.
Hi, my name is Jeff, and I fully support the effort of getting speaking out against militarism, getting it out of higher education. I guess part of my concern here is how big is our umbrella going to be? Are we going to include every organization, or are we going to focus on being anti-nuclear weapons? And I'm concerned that if we enlarge our umbrella to include every worthwhile organization like this one, that we will end up diluting our message and our effectiveness. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. We will now move to a vote, and counters be ready. All in favor of adopting this proposal, please raise your hand and say aye. And all opposed? Can we get a count, please?
Ayes first. Get them as high as possible, please. 1, 2, 3. I got 17. Oh, or just in this section?
Oh, I would count.
Okay, okay.
Sorry about that, folks. One more time, all in favor, please raise your hand.
Great. I counted 20 hands. Okay.
Bill is counting you. Yeah. So you said 8? Yep. 20?
20.
12. And then all opposed?
Okay. I counted 9 in the middle.
All right. Does that?
So the ayes.
The ayes have it. Okay, that was a close one. Now because the proposal, next two proposals are something that I have introduced, I'm going to invite up Lily Adams to moderate, and I'm going to shift over to the table here.
Hey. Thank
Thank you for having me guest moderate. Maybe could we go back to the first structural proposal, which is the Northwest against nuclear weapons? I think it's perfect. Okay, so starting off with questions. See one question right in the back there.
So I'm just going to ask my question. I have other thoughts, but in terms of what this proposal is actually doing, is it moving toward changing the name, or is it in fact changing the name, and is it choosing this specific name?
Yes, it will change the name.
Follow-up, what aspects of like branding would also need to be changed, such as like the website, social media, all that sort of stuff?
In terms of branding, that would need to be changed, our logo that has the name on it, website, and our social media would need to be updated. Now, we could probably just keep the crane, but that's to be determined.
Okay, other questions? See one there, Chris?
Chris, just presume this implementation is subject to the feasibility and funding.
Can you repeat that?
Presuming we doing this kind of depends on being able to do it, so.
So in terms of like my staff hours, for example, I do not have the budget to go to Oregon or Idaho, but I can say you're welcome to come to our meetings. I can talk to you. I can send out similar action orders.
I saw, yeah, one here.
The point was raised in our group, if it might be more descriptive to say Washington, Pacific Northwest against nuclear weapons. And I find that, I often say Pax Christi Northwest, but really it's Pax Christi Pacific Northwest.
I just think less words are better. Because you still have to say Pacific Northwest when somebody asks.
Okay, well, that was three, we're just saying three questions. Okay, so now, 2 comments to speak in favor. Is that a question or speaking in favor? Oh, okay. And if folks didn't hear, interest in also including Wyoming in the future.
Right, where there
Sounds like,
are
yeah.
nuclear weapons in Wyoming.
Okay, so we'll do statements in favor.
I'll be brief. I'm going to vote for this because I have so much respect for Sean and his work and his helping us over on the east side, Spokane. We have just learned that radioactive waste will be transported from Hanford through Spokane down into Idaho. So these nuclear issues affect not only Washington State, but also they will be affecting Idaho. And I think in this case, the bigger our umbrella, the better. So I'll vote yes.
Somebody from Oregon.
My name is Joanne, and I happen to live in the state of Oregon, and I appreciate and admire the work that this coalition is doing. And I also am part of an organization that represents a Japanese peace organization called World Friendship Center in Hiroshima. And we have an American committee that is part of its task is to promote the abolition of nuclear weapons. And we are across the United States. And so we have members in California, Washington, Oregon, Georgia, Maine, Indiana, Wisconsin. And so I appreciate the intentional opportunity to become a part of this organization. I think that a coalition becomes stronger when more people are involved together in this good work.
Thank you. Okay. All right, any statements in opposition?
I can share.
I have to preface this, Sean's my friend. Shouldn't change your vote at all. But whenever I go to Washington DC, I always say I'm from Washington and they say, where in Washington? I say, well, I'm from the good Washington. And people know what I'm talking about. I would like to, if I could suggest to, I don't know, I'm not making a motion, but just to table this, to think about this a little bit more. I agree with the things that are said. I know the importance about being inclusive. But I was just thinking as I was sitting here, I really like the idea of saying Washington against nuclear weapons. Because somebody in a foreign country or somebody that's not familiar with the United States might think this is like Washington as in Washington, DC. And it's just a thought I had that went through my brain. And I just wanted to share that with you. But I'd like to maybe table it and think about it later. We can deal with it later too. Anyway, thanks.
Any other statements in opposition? Oh, I see a hand back there.
Where's the hand? Oh, I see it.
Hi, I'm not opposed to changing the name, but I think if you're gonna just on one day's notice, change the name of an organization and its whole marketing and everything about that, I mean, could that be thought of in different, I mean, as a marketing and publicity type person? I just think that it's very fast and that there might be more ingenuity or more work or more strengthening to it if more people worked on it for a little longer. So that's just my feedback.
Point of information, y'all technically had a bit more than a day's notice on this one, so.
All right, I think then we're gonna do the vote. All right, counters are ready. So all those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. All those opposed? Okay, I don't think we need to do a count. We're good. Yep, okay, great, it's passed. All right, let's go to the second proposal, the next one, which is around the steering committee. I think next slide. Oh, were you able to change the slides? No worries. Great, okay. Any questions about this proposal to form a steering committee? Question at the front there.
My question is, we're passing a lot of proposals that the organization will have to handle in some way. It's really increasing your workload a lot. And I don't understand how all these proposals exactly interface with WANW, I guess. I mean, I understand endorsing things, but I don't understand how it increases what you'll be doing, Sean, and in general. Yes.
Historically, every 1 to 2 years, Washington Against Nuclear Weapons has met and formed a strategic plan. Last time I did it, we didn't have a whole lot of fun. And it became kind of a document that people didn't have a lot of personal buy-in into. And while it did set forward some work, I think some of it kind of got lost. So this generally is a different approach to setting that strategic plan for the coalition, which is by proposal and vote. In terms of the work that I can do personally, it's limited. And that's why this proposal relates to a steering committee to help out.
Okay, let's see, I see a hand in the back. Oh, and then, do you have a question as well?
Back first.
Yeah, let's do back first and then come back to the front.
Yeah, our group, when we discussed this, mentioned that we should have some diversity in there. Like Spokane, we got the Native Americans with their Midnight Mine, and we also had our Marshallese friend in our group. So we should make sure there's diversity in this group.
Do you want me to on?
Yeah, I'd accept that as a friendly amendment, reserving, prioritizing diversity, both geographic and ethnic, and even reserving spaces for frontline community members. I think is good.
There was also, I'll just note, in my group, sorry, using moderator's privilege here, that if the Northwest Against Nuclear Weapons proposal passed, you could also call for steering committee members from the two new states, Oregon and Idaho, in order to support that happening as well. So another just option to consider in terms of.
Considered and accepted.
Okay. I saw a hand back there and then a hand, we'll go front. Oh, wait, I'm losing track of how many questions. Let's go here because I saw this hand first and then back there.
Yeah, I was asking, what would be the role of that person in the steering committee? How much commitment is required?
So this lays out one additional meeting a month. The meeting will be used to check in on these priorities, help set the agenda for the coalition-wide meetings, and just check in about strategic questions like how to respond to the 50-51 movement as nuclear weapons activists. Yeah.
I think maybe we'll take this one last question and then move on to statements.
Sometimes I'm suspicious of committees because they seem to bog things down, but I understand the amount of work you must be under. And so would this be a part of you sharing some of your responsibilities, number one? And number two, if you're on the committee, then you have a lot of homework as well.
Yeah, this would be a part of sharing responsibilities, but I think most importantly, sharing the decision-making power that is currently vested in this position.
All right, two statements in support. Hands, one hand right here. Oh, okay, any other statements in support? The front?
My interpretation of this, from what I read, is this would actually lighten Sean's burden of work because he could spread it out among the steering committee and make assignments. It'll be a volunteer committee, and I guess maybe elected, but I mean, folks are volunteering their time and it would spread. Sean would have some colleagues that were volunteers to help him in a more substantial way, so I'll be voting yes.
I saw another statement back here. Oh, and with a red scarf, did you have a statement of support? Maybe not. There's a hand over here then.
Yeah, thanks. I'm Mary from 350 Seattle, and I support this because what Sean just said, that it's partly distributing the responsibility and the workload, but mostly important for him is sharing the decision making. And that is democratic in spirit, which I really appreciate, which this whole process has been too. So thanks. That's why I support.
Any statements in opposition? I'm missing a hand, someone. help me out. All right, I don't see any. Last call for statements in opposition. All right, let's do the vote then. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. All right, and all those opposed? Okay.
Thank you. And then if you're somebody who may consider stepping into this body, now is the time to be thinking about it. Let's see. Next up, Joanne DeFore, why don't you come up to the stage? Your proposal is supporting the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. And we can take 3 questions for Joanne. In support of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons.
There an opportunity to build in a listening session with this too, to perhaps understand why the government of the Marshall Islands is not signed on to the treaty, in terms of the treaty not going far enough to provide assistance in terms of healthcare, environmental support. It just strikes me that as the coalition is trying to build relationships with the Marshallese community, it would be good to understand why a community that has been impacted so directly by this, their reasons for not signing on. So the question is there an opportunity to build in listening? And I think that's a theme across all of these proposals. Actually, there's a lot of talking at, and there's very little listening to. And I'd like to see every single one of these proposals, starting with the first one, building in components to listen and learn from community members. Thank you.
That's an excellent question. Yeah, the Marshall Islands has a rather peculiar situation, especially because they don't like the word victimized, but they were victimized 67 times. They would like to call themselves survivors because they really were survivors. There is a military base on the Marshall Islands, and it's a very strong military base on the Marshall Islands. It's their largest employer. Of course, it's not located anywhere near the testing sites because those are all radiated, but it does employ a lot of people. And the government is very much aware of where the money is. So the government sees it to their advantage to refrain from joining a treaty. Okay. The people, however, feel quite differently, but the people don't exercise, there isn't enough resistance of people voting in Marshall Islands on behalf of the treaty. I mean, you're talking about probably half the population that is employed at this military base. They also do testings. There are testings that are going from the California. If they get new missiles, they don't put the weaponry in the missile, but they have to miss, they want to just make sure the missile has the correct, speed and, and it's going to land in the right place. So they send them off to the Marshall Islands. So there's still a lot of operations that resistors are worried about. People who are drawing their paychecks are drawing those paychecks. So, and obviously the people of the Marshall Islands know of the history, and there are resistors, especially in this country. But it's a situation of, and there are benefactors, because the benefactors would be the people who would be receiving the benefits from RECA. Am I answering your question? No, then I guess I don't understand it well enough.
I think just for clarification, it wasn't what is the justification or what do you think the benefits are? The question is, are there opportunities to build listening sessions so you can hear from the people?
So Joanne, building into this proposal, listening sessions, so we can better understand why like the Marshall Islands doesn't support the TPNW.
Well, there were certainly people from the Marshall Islands very much at the United Nations, and their voices were heard. The survivors, and matter of fact, when you heard.
Apologies, Joanne, the government of the Marshall Islands, not the people.
When the government is not participating because the government has not signed. So there is a very distinct population who are employed, all right? And there's a distant population who are survivors trying to make sure that.
So Joanne, the question is, in the proposal you drafted, could we amend it, and I guess on all the proposals, to have listening sessions with frontline community members to help them build support?
Sure.
Sure. All right.
I have a minor point of information.
Yeah.
Are we tracking these friendly amendments that we're making anywhere? For example, the one that was just made just now.
I believe this is being recorded.
Cool.
Yes.
I just wanted to say, when you heard our speaker this morning, her organization actually supports an effort to reach out to the young people in the Marshall Islands and train them to be able to speak about their own history and reflect. It's called Reverse the Trend. And they are speaking at Davos, they are speaking at the G7 meetings, they are speaking at the United Nations. These are young voices that are talking about the truth of what happened. They're not happy about their government position, but they are being represented. Now, the representatives of the government have their option to be able, so it's, you know, you can listen to impacted people, but they're going to be a variety of voices.
As a Marshallese person, I will say, I think what's not being understood is that the devastation in the Marshall Islands requires us to be dependent on the United States for funding. And so we are not, obviously, we would love to sign on to the nuclear treaty ban. But because we are so dependent, because the devastation was so widespread and still affects us to this day, we can't sign on to that. So there's a very logical reason. It looks like it's illogical that we don't sign on, but we absolutely are not at liberty because we won't survive without those resources. And yes, there is corruption, but that's the main root cause.
Thank you, Robin. And we will, we're able to take some more audience questions related to the proposal. Are there any additional questions for Joanne for this proposal?
I would congratulate and support this treaty prohibition for nuclear weapons. But my question here is, how would you force the government to take the action and make them understand that people are suffering from generation to generation, you know, like 3 generations, it never goes away. The children get it because of the exposure and all that. So how would you, in this program, how would you force and take the action to be effective?
Well, we need more education programs, and we need to reach, that's what the proposal is actually saying in support of the treaty. That the voices, matter of fact, you folks right here are very much enforcing this treaty. Exactly what's going on here should be happening all over the place. I mean, you are live examples of enforcement right here. And it goes beyond, the enforcement goes beyond, but identifying the companies that are making the weapons, no longer having contact with those companies, reducing any research, taking money out of research, holding people accountable. I mean, that's all part of the treaty. Okay? And also the part of the treaty that is extremely important when you mentioned verification. No, verification purposely was not included because they wanted to make sure the language of the treaty was amenable enough now to nearly 100 countries so that they would consider signing on and saying, we don't want these weapons anymore. It worked. That strategy worked. However, in the very first meeting that they held for enforcement, what they decided to do was to say, well, wait a second, there are countries like Brazil, like Nigeria, like South Africa, that had nuclear weapons and decided they didn't want them anymore. All right, so we have a model. We have a model of a country that had them and has now gotten rid of them. So who's in the next meeting? Who's heading up the next meeting? South Africa. Why? South Africa is a model. And when you heard our speaker this morning, she's a member of a scientific group. The scientific group has said, okay, let's really study this. Let's really study what would happen if any one of the 9 nations decided that they were going to go along with the treaty. What are the steps that require all the processing of the employees, all the destruction of the weaponry, all the environmental impacts that the use of it. Anyway, it's just across the board. So you heard one of the speakers that is discussing that. The ambassadors, when you hear them talk, love this scientific because it's a roadmap for them. The countries that need it are the countries that have the 9 weapons. Because the design is intended for those countries. Once they decide they will go for it, they're not going to decide unless they hear our voices.
Thank you, Joanne. Thank you. We can now take 2 speakers for this proposal. Would anyone like to speak for this proposal? Going once. George?
I'll be brief. This sounds like a no-brainer. Anything that will support the treaty is good. Therefore, I will vote yes.
Thank you, George. Would anyone else like to speak for this proposal? Okay, seeing none. Would anyone like to speak against this proposal? Going once, going twice. Okay. All in favor of this proposal, raise your hand, say aye. All opposed? All right, this proposal carries. All right, last but not least, Kathy, will you come to the stage and discuss the proposal on joining the May 10th action at Ground Zero? We can take 3 speakers, or sorry, 3 questions for Kathy. Where is Ground Zero is a valid question. Mona.
Well, this is not really a question about the proposal. It's why are we talking about Mother's Day when we're going to Ground Zero tomorrow? Why aren't we talking about that?
Well, thank you for bringing up the field trip tomorrow too. I would talk about, we are inviting, we're inviting everybody tomorrow. And for the field trip, and if there are any of you who need rides, I know there are a few of you and I have something lined up, but if there's anybody else who needs rides, that's fine. So this was kind of a surprise, the one tomorrow, or put in conjunction with this conference. Our gatherings at Mother's Day have been going on for many years, since for decades. So, and the reason we do Mother's Day is because of the original meaning of Mother's Day, which was all about disarmament, actually. And it was totally about disarmament. It was a statement, which people can look up, saying that we mothers will be so tender for our sons that we won't let our sons go and kill your sons. So they were calling for an international effort by mothers worldwide to abolish war. So we support that and we welcome everybody to come.
Thank you. Before we go to the next question, just a point of information is, we are not going to transition at 4. We are going to add another 15 minutes. And go ahead.
Oh, moderate, which one?
I believe there.
Kathy, my understanding is though that it's actually the day before Mother's Day. Am I right?
That's correct. It's Saturday, May 10th. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier. I apologize for the confusion. We are used to calling it the Mother's Day event, so, but it is the Saturday. And actually, we were asked by the base, this is what I've heard from Ground Zero lore, is that, we occasionally have had it on actual Mother's Day Sunday, but they have to call out a lot of extra staff sometimes to police us. And so they said it was an intrusion on their time with their mothers. But we care about them and their mothers too, and their relationships. I mean, it is all about relationships.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we can take 2 speakers for this. Would anyone like to speak for this proposal?
Yeah, Resist US Led War Seattle has been bringing some students out for the last few years to the base, to the Peace Center. And everyone who goes is incredibly moved by the history, by the scale of the US military presence, and most importantly, by the peace activism there. So we have to continue that legacy. We should absolutely mobilize, talk to our neighbors, our coworkers, and be there on May 10th.
Any other speakers for? Okay, any speakers against? Any speakers against this proposal? Anybody worried about the ferry schedule? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All in favor of adopting this proposal, raise your hand and say aye. All opposed? Proposal carries. Tell your friends, May 10th. Okay, as I mentioned, we passed a proposal to elect a steering committee. That means we're now going to open nominations for that steering committee. And I have one person who has already accepted, that is Denny Duffel. Any other nominations? See a hand there? Sorry.
I don't know if it is too much commitment, then it's difficult, but I would be interested because it's very important for us to act. This is the time that we should act, make it a movement. And we need experienced people in this field. So, and it's up to you and all the senior people sitting over there.
Is this a nomination for yourself? Self-nomination. Okay, great. Alpana. Alice Becker. Nominate Joanne Dufour. Joanne has declined. Okay, I'd like to nominate Gu Lee. Who do you accept? Yes, Mr. Brunswick?
For many decades, in many peace efforts, including Live Without Strife, Peace Action, From Hiroshima to Hope, which puts on the annual lantern ceremony every year on Hiroshima Day. And he was also the last person to climb Mount St. Helens before the volcano erupted.
Very cool. I don't believe Fred Miller is here today, but we will we will check with him and then carry that forward at our next coalition meeting. Thank you for the nomination. Right there.
I want to nominate Gaylord, who's back there. Stand up. Absolutely.
Would you like to accept that nomination? Excellent. Any additional nominations?
I hope I'm not out of order. I wanted to nominate somebody I just first heard today who has spoken a couple times, but I don't even know their name, who spoke for the Marshallese Islanders and who is Marshallese.
Oh, are you thinking of Robin?
Robin? Yes, thank you. I'm sorry I didn't know your name. I'd like to nominate you to the steering committee.
Robin accepts. Incredible. Got a hand back there. Nominate who?
Harry?
Harry Katz. Harry, do you accept? That's a good organizer telling you they don't have the capacity. Any other nominations? Going once. I'll do another one in. I'd like to nominate Mark Fleming. Who's right there, Mark? He declines, all right. We didn't talk about that, so.
I'm thinking of geographical diversity. Can I nominate one of these people from Spokane? I'm looking at George, but I don't know. Or if there's anybody from Spokane.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Well, any other nominations? See a hand, okay.
I think I just saw Richard still standing in the back corner of the room. I'm sorry, I can't think of his last name.
Richard Murray?
Who gave
Or-
us a lot of information about how the Philippines are affected.
Richard, would you like to accept that nomination? Would have to ask, okay. Okay. If you've been nominated, please come to the stage. If you've been nominated and accepted, please come to the stage. Thank you. Joanne, do we have another nomination?
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
Somebody from Skagit, either Bud Anderson or Julia Hurd.
Bud Anderson, would you like to accept a nomination? Okay, thank you. Julia Hurd, would you like to accept a nomination? Also declines, but thank you for thinking about that. It's a great compliment. We got another hand in the front. Carolyn?
I'd just like to nominate Nikhil or Carly or both.
Nikhil, would you like to accept this nomination? You'll have to decline. Carly, you already worked here, but would you like to accept? Would you like to accept this nomination? I have to decline. They're very busy people. We all are. Another hand there.
Oh, wait.
I think we'd like to build that out later, yeah, but we don't have very many people present from those regions.
Okay, this is just a try. I'd like to see some younger people on the steering committee. And I've just met a young man. He doesn't know me, but I'd like to nominate Andrew to be on the steering committee.
Andrew. President of the Students for Nuclear Justice chapter, University of Washington. You can think about it. You can, you can think about it. All right, thank you. It's a great idea. Any other nominations? All right. Hey, Vaughn.
Hey, what?
Would you like to be nominated? Because I nominate you.
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
you accept? Okay, great. Because this is not a contested election, I'm gonna go for unanimous consent. Is there anyone opposed to this slate of nominees? Seeing none. All in favor of accepting your inaugural Northwest Against Nuclear Weapons Steering Committee members, raise your hand and say aye. Awesome. Congratulations.
Joe. Yeah, nominate Joe.
What did you say?
Sean, I nominate Joe.
Oh, Joe Bergson? Joe views it as, Joe declines. But we're gonna get him to work anyway. Okay, nominations are now closed. Gu, would you like to introduce our final keynote? Okay. Y'all are feel free to sit down. Thank y'all for signing up. Anybody know any good jokes? Why did the chicken cross the road? Why? You get to the other side. That's deep. That's deep. Here's an original. A group of owls is called a parliament, and a group of white guys is called a podcast. All right, Gu, take it away.
Hello. Yeah, he's much taller than I am, so I hope you enjoy the lunch. So basically, yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is a hint of Korean taste. So kind of is this time a little bit kind of it's a long day. So I think we prepare some kind of little bit hardcore Korean stuff. So it's my honor to introduce Dr. Tae-ja Lee today. He's president of Descendant, the second generation of Korean Hibakusha. Actually, his father was forced labor in Nagasaki for Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. So he got victimized by the plutonium the Fat Man dropped to Nagasaki. Actually, the Fat Man is manufactured by the kind of plutonium from Hanford, Washington. A lot of connections. So last year, he got honored to be invited to Nobel Peace Prize ceremony in Oslo, Norway, from Nihon Hidankyo, the Nobel Peace Prize. And also kind of he mastered this kind of the business administration, his college, and also got the PhD in marketing. And then so he worked as a high school teacher for 36 years. And after kind of his retirement, he worked for the still young people in this MRA, Moral Rearmament in Korea. The program is exchange students between Korea and Japan, mainly focused on anti-nuke, anti-war, and also is kind of listening to from Hibakusha's testimonies. And in addition, he has very special guests from Korea as well. So please give Dr. Tae Lee and the special guest a big hands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee Gu. He introduced upon me so kindly. I want to question at the first. Is here anyone who had been in Korea before? Please raise hands. Yes. Okay, thank you. And is here anyone who had here the Korean Hibakusha, Korean atomic bombs victims before? Please raise hand. Yes. Okay, thank you. And is here anyone who participate Korean War? Nobody here? I'm living in a Busan city in Korea. The Busan city is the second largest city and located in southeast of Korea. There is the unique site, UN cemetery there. From time to time, I visited there with the school student. As you know, during Korea War, 22nd country participated Korean War. 16th for battle soldiers, and the 6th is a sport medical. 22 countries, about 1,957,000 soldiers participate. And American soldiers, 1,789,000, almost 91% participate Korean War. Unfortunately, 40,896 soldiers passed away during the Korean War. And American soldier, 36,492 soldiers passed away, about 90%. I appreciate their sacrifice keep Korean, peaceful Korea, and prosperity in Korea now. I keep always a gratitude mind. I prepare some presentations and the testimony. I visited the theater 3 times, 2023 and this year, February. And now I visit my son. He is the 3rd generation of Korean Hibakusha. Lee Kun-woo, I want to introduce to you.
First of all, recently, I want to show you the some kind of activities by PPT, and I want to tell you about my father's, who was taken atomic bombs, and my grandfather stories, and the Korean Hibakusha status I will explain, and descendant also. And if I have the time, I will explain some more things. And lastly, I will play the Amazing Grace with the Korean traditional musical instrument. Within to the abolition of nuclear weapons and the realization of a peaceful world. First of all, I want to explain the PPT. This is the last year, November and December, Japanese high school student 15 and the Korean 15 scattered the Tsushima in Japan. We have the relationship at the 2 nights, 3 days. Okay, the Pyeonghwa, Haehwa, and peace. Okay. Yes, we have the learn about the past history about the Japan and Korea by lecture. Okay. And our student, Japanese in the high school, a 30 student, yeah, memorial photo, yeah. And visit some many places. Yeah. From time to time, they adjust. No more Hiroshima and no more Nagasaki. So we have the every year Japanese high school student visit the Korea, and the Korean high school student visit Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That's because they have to know the back history, especially the nuclear weapons. Okay. And next, yeah, peace exchange activities. This year, the March, Japanese high school student visit the Korean Busan, 18 members visit. Okay. Yeah, the terminal, they arrive the terminal and have a relationship and then meet the Korean atomic bomb victims, first generation with dinner time. Okay. And here's the Korean Hibakusha. Okay. Yeah, and we have in the Hapcheon, who lived the Korean Hibakusha, live at there. So we call Hapcheon is the Korean Hiroshima. Okay. Okay. And we visit the memorial place. The Korean Hibakusha explained some more details at there. Okay. Over there is the welfare house for Korean Hibakusha. 100 Korean Hibakusha live there. Okay. And we visit the UN cemetery in Busan. Okay. And the Korean and Japanese high school student, they have the discussions for relationship, sustainable relationship, and to make the peaceful world like that. Okay. Okay. Okay, here is the cemetery. And this building is for a museum about as you know, the 1910 to 1945 Japanese government invaded Korea about 36 years. At that times, many kind of evidence at there. So we visit the museum. Okay, and last December 10, I was invited the Nobel Peace Prize ceremony, Oslo, Norway. The Korean ambassador invited us. Okay. Okay. The city hall. Yeah. Yeah. 30 members was invited at their ceremony involved with 2 Korean. So the 2 Korean wear the Korean traditional dress. One of the Korean is chairman of Korean Atomic Bomb Victims Association. Okay. Okay. Yes, Peace Prize and medal. And I speech at the Oslo with the school student. There is my father's photo. My father tried to trial court to Japanese government about the support, any kind of support to Korean out of the Japan who live the atomic bomb victims. So, okay. Then finally, my father won a case in the court, the Supreme Court. Okay. And he, from time to time, he testimony. Okay. Okay. Next. And last September, I had been in Kazakhstan to attend a nuclear survival forum with my son. Okay. I explained the Korean atomic bombs victims' status. Okay. Okay, many of the Kazakhstan atomic bomb victims and the second, third, fourth generation also we met. And this year, the February 15th to 10th March, I visit United States from Seattle and LA and New Mexico, Arkansas to New York and attend the TPNW 3 MSB. Okay. Okay. Yeah, one upon. Yeah. And ground zero. I explained it there about the Korean atomic bomb victims. Okay. Okay, 6 members visit at this time, and 4 more sport teams join us. Okay. The LA. Okay. I visit the Korean Cultural Center. And New Mexico, I met the, the Tritini atomic test victims. Yeah, I met her and her mother at her house. Okay. We discuss. Up there is the Tritini site. Okay. 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 And Arkansas, there are so many victims at there who came from the Marshall Island. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we have a relationship at there and we need solidarity. Okay. And our team visit the United States Congress with the ECHO, Miss Yecho update. Yeah, he is joining. See support, yes. And in front of the UN headquarters, we joined the demonstration. Okay. And a testimony to Korean. And yes, many people. Okay. Okay, that's good. The PPT is the last one. My father was born in Japan, 1927, Kokura, near the Shimonoseki and Fukuoka. 1919, as you know, the Korean independence movement occurred. At that time, my grandfather, he was 21 years old. He studied at Temple. He had a whole the independence movement. He wanna try to join the independence movement at the Daegu province. He joined it there, and then he was arrested by Japanese police and sent to hell about 1 year. After that, he couldn't leave Korean anymore. That's because of surveillance by a Japanese policy. So his family moved to Japan. After that, my father was born at there. He grew up, and as soon as graduate high school, he was 17 years old. He sent to a Nagasaki Mitsubishi factory as a labor forcefully. 1945, 6th August, the first atomic bomb dropped Hiroshima. And after 3 days, second atomic bomb dropped Nagasaki. But my father, he worked at the night time, 8th August. And the nice early morning, 7 o'clock, he was back to his dormitory. His dormitory was Temple. Steady building kept my father's house. He avoided so many kind of dangerous things he avoided. And after that, about 1 month, he was work at arrangement of Nagasaki City and the Mitsubishi factory. After that, he was back to Korea after a revolution. 5 years later, he joined the Korean War also. About 4 years, he had serviced Korean soldier during the Korean War. Nowadays, 1,600 Korean hibakusha alive in Korea. And 3,600 members of descendant hibakusha of victims registered our descendant association. Almost victims quit their circling is themselves, but the atomic bomb is continually circling to generation, first to second, third, nowadays the fourth generation. In case of me, when I was the young school student, I was so weak and always suffering with the sickness, especially I was used to fall down with anemia, and sometimes nose blood, and I couldn't eat any kind of food. And when I was the school teacher, about the 31 years, I heard my father's back history. He explained the atomic bomb victims precisely. That's because 1999, he tried to try code to Japanese government. So I realized the back history maybe about 3 years ago. And I realized my father as the atomic bomb victims, but one of the important thing is do not repeat like this said is the thing. So I'll request to a Japanese school teacher, we need peace relationship. So 2003, we studied relationship. Every year, March, Japanese school student visited Korea, and in August, I visited Hiroshima and Nagasaki with a school student and join and participate the peace park peace ceremony. At this time, when I visited United States, I met many kind of victims, especially nuclear test victims, the New Mexico and the Arkansas. And the last year, when I visited Kazakhstan, also I knew the many kind of victims. And as you know, the England tried to nuclear test at the Australia, and France also, they did, Polynesia. Nowadays, 15,000 nuclear weapons are launched in the world. So as soon as possible, United States, as well as the England, France, China, Russia, which has the nuclear weapons, have to join the TPNW. And Japan and Korea also were located under umbrella, nuclear umbrella, but we have to join the TPNW, especially Korean. We need some more things against North Korea. When I visited US Congress, I met Lou Khanna, the member of House of Representatives, and the Senator Andy Kim, and the Senator Chris Van Hollen office we visit, and we met the eight staff. We explained the Korean hibakusha. They said they heard the first time. So as you know, the 2007 Korean several problems was solved in US Congress. So this problem also have to solve from the US Congress will recast. And the next year, one of Korean civil activities, SPARK, Solidarity for Peace and the Reunification of Korea, prepare the public peace court in New York. We assessed this year, atomic bomb dropped the 80 years, right? So within 20 years, 2045, let's have zero nuclear weapons. So 2045, we will make a peaceful world without nuclear weapons. If I have a time and opportunity, I want to assess and I want to speak out like this. Now, I want to, we don't have a lot of time, so now I want to play the Amazing Grace with Korean traditional musical instrument. Was thankful the abolition of nuclear weapons and the realization of a peaceful world. This was made of a bamboo, so Thank you for listening. Thank you.
One more round of applause for Dr. Vitai J. While we're at it, why don't we give a round of applause to Mike, who's been doing our tech today? Together, we've set forward a direction to rebuild this movement. It will take hard work. In the words of the late Glenn Anderson, it will take smart and savvy organizing. But let's make today a strong foundation to build from. So I have two final announcements to make. One, we have an optional spinoff event tonight at Seattle U. This is at the Harding Building at 1215 East Columbia Street, room 124. It's about a 10-minute walk from here. So get there around 7:15, so you can hear from Kathy Kelly on conscience, courage, and the journey beyond nukes. And tomorrow, we have an optional field trip to the Ground Zero Center for Nonviolent Action, going from the morning to the afternoon. If you are curious about that, talk to a representative from Ground Zero. If you're from Ground Zero, why don't you raise your hand, give them a wave? Okay, talk to one of those folks. And please, let's give Seattle First Baptist Church a round of applause for letting us use their facility. And we said this yesterday, and I'll say it again, this conference was free to attend, but it was not free to put on. Please consider making a donation this evening to the Washington Physicians for Social Responsibility, the sponsors of the WANW Coalition. Information to do so is up there. I once again need to thank you all for filling this sanctuary and giving us the energy we all need to carry our work forward. I'm going to end with just a few personal remarks. You know, when I was a kid, I really liked the movie Star Wars. And I never questioned why Luke Skywalker blew up the Death Star. You know, I never thought the Rebel Alliance should have just built a deterrent star. It was clear that it was a tyrannical weapon, you know, built for annihilation and built to oppress. Now, you'll have to excuse my geeky analogy, but that's what nuclear weapons are. They are weapons designed to destroy the masses, the working classes of the world, by men who feel invulnerable to the fallout. The people who profit from and push for the creation of nuclear weapons are not like us. Their brinkmanship and their arms race may be paid for by our tax dollars, but they are not ours to own. But this world is, and there is no greater purpose we can have than to fight to defend it. As Hideko said yesterday, the horrors of the atom bomb numbed the survivors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They were too horrible to comprehend. Zombie-like, the survivors turned off their senses to survive. But this didn't just numb the pain, it numbed their joy too. I will state today, the people of the 9 nuclear states experienced this psychic numbing too. This inability to reckon with this Holocaust at a push of a button, this monstrosity all around us, like Bangor, is depriving us too of our full human experience. I think a reckoning is coming, and I think if we stay true to our course, that reckoning will not be another Hiroshima, but this movement we reforged today. Join us, take action, give what you can, and repeat after me. Abolish nuclear weapons. Stop the arms race now. Abolish nuclear weapons. Stop the arms race now. Thank you. If folks would like to gather on the stage, we'd like to take a group picture. I need somebody to take the picture too. It's a great idea, Bob. Come up, we're gonna take a picture. Like to fill up the upper level, that's fine. Come on up, come on up. Good. Somebody grab the WAW finger, please. One more. Yep.
Why is nobody smiling? Got you a smile. Gardens.
Hello. Hi. Hi, this is Richard. Just want to make a quick announcement. Since we all endorsed the US out of the Philippines JBLM out, tomorrow there will be a planning meeting for a day of action on April 21st. So a planning meeting 2 to 4 p.m. So right after the field trip, join us. It'll be at Puget Sound Stage in the CID in Seattle. Yeah.
We have a gentleman looking for a ride to the Shoreline area. If anyone's going towards Shoreline, that would be greatly appreciated.
So yeah, for the 4 o'clock talk, Cooley came up and loaded a bunch of images up and then he came back for during the talk and then ran the thing. And then, anyway, he was the guy he was one of the guys that came up when we were having some trouble. So he was completely fluent in doing it. Just and then just like another interesting thing for me was, the videographer was looking for an audio feed, XLR audio feed, and I didn't feel comfortable messing with any of that. Then we noticed there's a port on the back here of the monitor that's an out, an XLR out. So he just grabbed that and got a feed and was happy. It's a happy kid. Cool, and stuff works out like that. Yeah, I thought this was a real a major success. So it's a learning experience, and we'll there'll be some tweaks in the future, hopefully all positive ones. But yeah, and I thought you totally rocked it. So anybody says otherwise, I would be happy to tell you the name of it. Okay, well, I'm, yeah. Funny, we both reached that point where I'm just like, fuck. Exactly. And it's like. Pay $10,000. You pretty much get the same stuff. But that mixed results in the convention center. But they do hire out like really price.